item for all Salon people and then party them. Sierra Leone Media will be bringing you a variety of programs ranging from documentaries to discussions, interviews, news, views, sports, and entertainment. Our programs will contain matters on development, governance, the economy, and issues that are of importance to Sierra Leone. So, no left BNO because we get Beberebe program then like Salon discussion, meets the ministers, the president's hour and the Gladi program, Look Me, I Look You. All this they start soon na www.sierragemedia.org. Now who's tem these?
When I was young, a lot of things were different. Unfortunately, most of the differences seen now are heartbreaking and are not good at all.
Before now, men were strong protectors of the weak, fathers, brothers, lovers, sons. Their mere presence guaranteed the safety of women and children.
But what do we do now?
Men harassing and raping women.
Men sexually abuse little girls.
Men battering and killing their wives.
Any form of sexual assault, be it rape, sexual abuse, or pedophilia, is a killer to human self-esteem.
Women should stop dying in silence. Speak now.
The rapist should be stigmatized, not the victim.
I think death sentence should be the consequence of such terrible act.
And you mothers, build confidence in your children, put trust in them, listen to them when they make reports, and take necessary actions.
Talking of mothers before now, women were virtuous.
They were mothers, daughters, and sisters.
Nurturing, counseling, supporting their men folks.
But now,
women are trafficking female children for money.
Women are forced to be silenced.
All this must stop, and it must stop now.
Real men do not abuse, rape, or molest women and children. It is barbaric, unacceptable.
Let all real men stand with us.
Together, let's say an emphatic no to rape, sexual abuse, pedophilia, and domestic violence.
Hello, my name is Josephine Kamara. I'm the founder of You Can Do It Foundation. You Can Do It Foundation is a charitable organization based in Sierra Leone, West Africa. You Can Do It Foundation has been in existence for the past 2 years. We have been fighting gender-based violence against women and girls within the community. During the past 2 years, we have been offering psychosocial support, counseling, court fee, medical fee, including school items to the survivors of gender-based violence. However, during the lockdown of COVID-19, report received and confirmed that rape cases among a minor has increased tremendously within our community. Because of this, You Can Do It Foundation has secured the land to build an accommodation for the survivors of rape. However, this may almost become impossible without your generous support. We need your help to build this home for the survivors. Your help could be in cash or in kind. If you wish to join us to make a difference in a child's life, please go to our website, which is www.youcandoitcyf.org, or you can go to our GoFundMe page, which is Home of Hope for the survivors of gender-based, or you can contact us with the details at the end of this video. We thank you greatly for your generous support, and thank you once more for making a difference in a child's life.
Hill Valley Academy is a school that provides the very best opportunities for our students to develop, grow, and mature into young adults who are encouraged to become patriots as well as global citizens. We have high expectations and ambitions for all our students. We provide a caring, supportive, tolerant, and challenging environment in which all individuals can grow and flourish. A graduate of Hill Valley Academy is a well-rounded human being capable of making the most of what life has to offer. We actively encourage academic excellence with a sense of responsibility. We look forward to welcoming you to our school and to meeting you in the not too distant future, because together we achieve the extraordinary.
Mina Yvonne Akisoyer, Mayor of Freetown, and I'm really glad for telling all I'll do and Boku Tenki on this my 4th anniversary in office, 11th of May 2022. I come into office with a commitment for transform Freetown. Not to work with me one able do, now work with all they do together. 4 years on, I'm so grateful to God and everybody will work with me. Say we don't touch every single part of Freetown. Transform Freetown, don't make a mark. From Ward 446 through to Ward 399. From Oregu Bridge through to Levuma Beach. No sign or day where you not go see the evidence, the footprint and the work of Freetown City Council. When it comes to transform Freetown, we really focus on transforming lives. We mean say the small things themselves matter. And we not focus on one part of the city, we make sure say we touch East, Central and West. And this takes me now to Wilberforce Multi-Purpose Center. I not call a market because it passed market. We take off from Usami predecessor left for continue the work for complete this project. We don't do a significant amount. And although we've been get some donor funding, the vast majority of the money will make you able to see this impressive structure. We hope for finish in just another few months. The vast amount of that money they come from Una Freetonians.
Within the Wilberforce community, Wilberforce village to be specific, we get this building project to be done there for a very long period of time. I think it's about 5 years we don't start this project, but we don't see some remarkable improvements that don't take place over the first 2-3 years, under the leadership of our worship, the Mayor Yvonne Akisoyer. And we can't today for gauge or assess, the progress we don't make so far, for make sure say the community then gets access to this facility and make sure say they make the best use out of it. Family like a member say Wilberforce village have been way before now be a very small community with less population. But if you can't get the population don't grow for by more than 10-fold. So needed for improve on infrastructure. I mean, if you see the market, the old market, you see its size and its space, you really know say it not be catered for the kind of way where the population don't boom right now. So there's every need for make sure we do this kind of fantastic projects for make sure we serve the needs of the people.
This market, this very market, it go open up Wilberforce. It go make Wilberforce open up beyond, in fact, Freetown no more. The ground floor, now in the house, the wet goods. The middle floor, now in get the shops, where everybody entitled for secure one shop, provided you meet the criteria where council they set. Then the top floor, where go be the 3rd floor, now then at the community center, as we the constrain, with the strain here for community center. Like water facility, where we they go as strain. Lights facility, toilets facility, we not been get some before. But now, so the structure where we don't see, now this new markets, everything available.
This is a clear evidence for say if you pay your tax, they expect service delivery. Right? Look at this facility. I mean, this is the second time and I'm quite impressed. As I move around, I go up, I see the mall, then you see the community center. That's a fantastic project. Right? This therefore really give this community a very serious facelift. Right? So if you see them can't see they don't have to pay tax, they don't know what you're supposed to do. But I'm really impressed, and I'm sure the community and the rest of Fretonians will be impressed with this type of projects here.
And in the center of the city, that's outside we call Central, we get one project where, again, something they're very close to my heart. This is the one, the Beringron, the Secular Road.
One of the very important developments we are so grateful for now this fencing of the cemetery, the public toilet where we try for bill, and then the office for the diggerman them and the clerk.
The structure is very, very important to me because the documents them we don't get from all the we don't soak, all we don't pull. But we believe say the structure now we can make all the documents now will be safe. The we will be safe now with the one day they come. I'm not saying Skolo or kill we again. Today they don't turn the cemetery as bomber. They can't throw away dirty inside the cemetery. But now we tell God thank you. Now we don't see the fence they go down. I will not say by God in power, what the fence is done, at least we go protected from them thing and they understand eh? The mommy they try, but if you say no more na council no more, no way, now the people them for come together with them property rates, other half taxes they pay, they make this happen.
Central, now they will also get one of the flagship projects when at the FSM plant, fecal sludge management plant, where prior to now, before this time year, we all know what's going to happen. When them vacuum truck them can come out empty post in cesspit. We know how that thing will go and scatter na King Tom. But day like today, we get a facility where we'll be able for processing.
Well, the fecal sludge treatment plant, they operate like this. First the trucks, then they come in, they register at the security post, and waiting and they register at the voucher when they don't buy from city council. Open! When that trucks them they sludge, then got sewers, then got another side there, it been got a negative impact on the environment. Once, because people them in there where they get contaminated and get sick because of that thing, but now that don't reduce at the city. And illegal discharge again of sludge that the city don't minimize.
You know, the Kudimutka don't cancel, don't empty. We in the camp. Water the scatter. Take to the water safe with the drink. They affect with sickness, they affect people in the community. But for me, they can open the project as they look less.
Through the mayor and donor partners time, like Gold Sierra Leone and DFID, when on a FCDO, they come up the initiative for develop and build this plant. We don't get a positive impact in Freetown. From the time of the plant, we don't open them, we don't run out, we don't optimize them full to date. We don't treat 1,089 trucks of various capacities.
We don't continue, we move on education. We will not do the nursery school in the Congo Water Market. Now, we're about to open the nursery school in the Crouton Road Market. This not what we call transforming lives. We market woman, able kind of market in no say in Pekin, in not just safer, but in the land book. And today, tomorrow, next tomorrow, that Pekin, when they can sell with him mama, fala a mama can sell, can be lawyer, doctor, anything, because we provide that environment within the marketplace.
What's happen now? The mayor, now can open school for we the market woman will Pekin them. Follow go get side, go the can left for Pekin them, so go do business. We no go worry for picking them. The picking them be the loss. Pass the come and they go and fend and picking them. And not to one picking them be the loss. And with a strain for selling customer because picking them be the hamburg. So like when this nose don't care, we gladly. We not say we own strainers don't do.
Greybush PHU. Yana Sai Usai Health that been the focus. And which we don't do because we target that for reduced maternal mortality, we'll be able to expand Usai Bele Woman and the born.
Then evening, of course, the postnatal, we don't get no postnatal unit. Now just one bed, 9 day. And you can't imagine what they get from 2-3 deliveries then. Whether they don't born, we have to put down, and that they make in fact, we for observe woman for them for 24 to 48 hours before we let them go. But because of that, because of the space, we normally do that day. As he born, maybe within hours we say go home, anything come. But with that extension now, what they do really appreciate them. We now able to observe them for some hours, for 24 to 48 hours.
Like in the East, one of the projects that we can make Agladi so much. Now wait till we do Najalo Terrace, where this very moment we complete the water well with the submersive pump.
The population all no go other side, inside the water the other side, pass you pay, and we no get money half of pay other side. Now only this water na do depend on.
Also we dey get yanda if we don't well, so we tell the mayor thank you, na make yanda. Also we get the water so they let see.
Jalo Terrace also gets 9 solar street lights where they win as part of the cleanest zone competition. Then you go take a ward like Ward 411 where they up the hill. You get a bridge, now a place where they call Bundowata. That bridge there, something like the size of my table. You where they far, you not gonna know the value. But for the community, that bridge there, now a game changer. Community, they not be able to connect.
Like we, where they move with bike, mean a private bike maybe they use. Likewise, the one day where they use them commercial bike there also. But they get accidents them fast at this place also. Where if they don't fit for clip, for cross, at the same time, the bike man, the person where they load on the patient, they fall down. So now we don't see now the way we done now, we tell go thank you.
Bundowata Bridge, not just one example of so many interventions where we do at community level where they make a significant impact on communities. From the rehabilitation of markets, the introduction and installation of multiple over 130 water tanks, to bridges, to drainages. One specific thing where we catch the headlines, where we cause so much pain, not being the Wellington fire disaster, which happened on the 5th of November 2021. We as council, with the support of various donors and sponsors, will be able for not only provide medical, drugs and support in the hospital, feed the patients them for over 6 weeks, provide support to the doctors and the nurses. In all the left day, the one day we survive, and the families of the one day we not survive, 256 families will be able to get a cash transfer up to the tune of 1,450,000 each. We spend over 320 million leones.
Well, to be start with, we get the accident in a hospital, cannot they are admit. The first thing experience we get as a goodness from the FCC in our Freetown City Council is that from the mayor, he be take charge for taking the feeding. And be the feed we make provision, we eat up to 40 per day. And later we will discharge, we can homes them. He also creates a vacuum for make a space for we able to get small thing now we are because as you know this problem will involve we discharge, you cannot host, not be able to do something on your own. The mayor look at them say, then people are going to run discharge, so they're not able to get better thing at the end. If any provision, it make a way, we are in get small thing, we provide SIM there, where the money worth to 1,400,000 and some 100. So we able to receive them from the mayor. So all the goodness that we get from the mayor, we're happy for them.
Wellington fire disaster, it touched we all. But fire disasters that happen so many times, up to 39 or 40 times inside 2021. And time again, council come in and provide support. One other one, where touch me, Nabohen Street, where after that disaster day, we be able to mobilize internally. Now FCC, that they mobilize that money day, then go and raise them from friends and family, able for rebuild that structure and help them people then for restart their lives.
Mayor can see the host way born, a rescue, the councillor waka. Yeah, mayor they can build for we this host. Mayor commander the rain, they can no give the host back with gladness. So we support me. Me are glad for me 200% because not 200%. Forget this guy mayor, yeah. Not so born we. You look, he's sorry for we. He can't build for we the host. He powerful pass the host be the safe.
From east to central to west, we done the work inside Transform Freetown. 50 Met Police, now we recruit. 600 young people, they grow trees. Over 1,000, they work in sanitation. Transform Freetown, not to just for say, look the bridge yonder, now for say, we posting on our house, you get tin for putting in table. The work boku, today, in this short video, we're not going to talk all thing, but I want to let family them know, say we don't produce, like we do every year, with 3-year report on Transform Freetown. The book, it quickly leave it so, no worry, but it's available. You will want to read them for see all what we don't do, word by word, sector by sector. Now for go on our website, www.fcc.gov.sl. Make a talk and back. www.fcc.gov.sl. There you go read, but the work we don't do for make improvements in the markets. You go read but the drainage them, but the culvert them. You go read about the improvements in sanitation. You go read about them big things them as well, like the progress we would make on the cable car. Not for mention Freetown, the tree town, we would not really hear boku, but Freetown now we all city. So I don't talk about so many sectors, but I not go done if I not talk about one sector, revenue mobilization. That one day, not so much me to show you waiting me do, I to show you waiting you do, because all waiting Freetonians then do in paying their rates, property rates, local tax, business license, market dues, all waiting una do, 9 translate to so much of the interventions where we don't talk about today. So as we continue, as we move on to the 5th year, let we continue for hold hands, work together, not just as a team, but as a family. Thank you for 4 years of being the mayor of Freetown. I really, really appreciate you now all, and I look forward to we working together for continue for Transform We City.
Hello, Fambulemuna. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, and good night, depending on who's partner the world. We find yourself. Welcome to CRGM Media, another edition of How the Go Dae Go Inside the Republic. We midweek program where they talk about everything inside the Republic. Me, una host, Najuma Ba, and we welcome una. If you join me for the first time, we welcome you to this platform and hope you will get a wonderful time with me. And we appeal to you, please let you like we page, so at least you would get a lot once we go live, because sometimes we get exclusive programs then, or programs that really happen at short notice, where we want to miss out on. And for the regulars, them, of course, I cannot say thank you enough. We appreciate you all. On a kinde between us, so they burn the candles, the long hours, laugh. We can challenge we serve, we can vex by we serve. But at the end of the day, we know for say because of Salon. So another edition today will be very exciting day as well. Bokude for Talk Bots. And whilst we get ready, I'll get my co-host, T-Boy, we are going to introduce to una shortly as well, and say can't tell una do. And of course, the man where they bring all team to we with Mr. Obafemi Pama. Whilst they get T-Boy for come and say I do to now, tell we waiting they happen, how they go inside the Republic, who's partner the Republic today, waiting they happen over there, or the people the way you they talk to, waiting they happen at the Republic. Not to all things we know, not to every Saudi, but beaucoup interesting things they know we can talk about today. We pertaining to all. T-Boy, welcome. Tell Fambule Madu and tell me what you expect for today's program.
Hello viewers, welcome to yet another edition of Sierra Leone Media Live on YouTube and Facebook. I want to say hello to now and welcome to another edition of How They Go Inside the Republic. I just want to say hello once more, and I hope say everybody they do fine in the way that I need to keep to about this town a day. So now for keep warm, keep cool and stay away from the heat and wrap up properly if you can.
Yeah, and if you're Australia, obviously get for keep warm as well, because I think now they winter term this, so you not get for be biased with T-Boy. And if na salon you day, this na any season, you get for koba, you get for get your Chinese rob, but the young boy they way fasting for the get Ovaltine, milk, sardine, for invite people and for can't keep company. Una left that habit the T-Boy. That's in the still go on a salon. Tell me about.
Austin.
Hey, that young boy, they invite them, maybe they for can't keep company. Say I can make tea for you. I get Ovaltine, I get pig milk.
Well, I don't say no more. Some man can put in provision on the table, but you need to use that. Any guy can analysis, but they put it on the table. So full Ovaltine, full milk, full bulk sugar. I get people, get coffee, you get tea. They put one flask, but that flask they were turning inside you.
So that's trap.
That's trap. We can we see the provision sets. Now very important money to go buy. As you not be very important, so to a cup of water. The water is not one, So the tea don't void. I see the tea void now. What's now because the tea the guys did.
Yeah, and Brianjalo say that Brianjalo, I think now one of the people the way they use that strategy. They Brian tell me, but if not true, you say they get Ovaltine, milk, and then go blame on the light. They say light not dynamic. We are turn over. T-Boy.
I know you still go blame on the light too, because we're light not the you go use stove for one matter, because without light you still a one matter na filter anyway, so you can't blame it on the lights. I mean the light nothing to do with that.
Yeah.
All
right. So a man in the confess, I see Alex Smith Media House in 70 per laugh. So you understand the reggae, you know the play. Well, welcome Femi. Femi tell Fambule Madu, welcome to today's program. You look very serious today. The way you dress so I can scared. This not a problem. Whilst we wait for you, you can get Boku, Abu Pattern business. T-Boy, what's now your expectation for today's program?
Well, today I'm not in my usual background, so basically, I don't know. I decide for switch one or two of the cameras, the maker gets proper setting, but I decide for see what I will do. Then I came up for make me on views of what I think about today's program.
Okay. All right. Well, T-Boy, Femi don't come. Femi, Adu, tell Fambule Adu today. Because you make style too much.
This Juma get problem.
Hey, you don't come back to the pattern.
I say this Juma guy get problem. Juma, do you hear me now?
I hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Family Una Adu, thank you for joining us. Without Una, we're not going to be able to do. So Una kushe, Una kabo, Una welcome. For the new and them, as Juma said earlier on, like our pages on Facebook and YouTube, because we don't know get notification. Whoa, T-Boy, see you answer sabotage me now. We don't need to get notification. We'll go live.
Send me message before we start, Femi. Say that's what we go do you.
Now, so T-boy, anyway, no left down this no more. But yeah, so as I've been say, today's show, Juma Deka entertain una. Una ready for laughing. Serious points in day, play points in day. So thank you for joining us. We're here till the wee hours of the morning. Bye for now.
Thank you so much. And of course, Madi Rollins say, Jody emphasize on the last point, say we the place school get for drink tea. And Brian Jallo say, obviously, because now full of shop, then can go buy all the things then. Amanatu Sanu and everybody else really online, we appreciate Tuna. One loss Amanatu Sanu and everybody else really online. Tiboy get bachelor today.
T-boy, mute yourself, man. You get you echo. T-boy.
Right. Fambulem, sorry for that glitch day. T-boy, we just test some of a system then because they a remote location out of the studio. He's out there now the area outside the Commonwealth Games table. We'll talk about that at some point. But for today's program, we main topic of discussion get for center around the. You okay? Okay. All right. So we main points of discussion get for center around the doctors' strike na salon, for salary issues and benefits, and we want for discuss how that one did the impact na the country, and another issue we for talk about now this Electoral Commission. We see a press release out there, then still they insist on this boundary delimitation for the upcoming election. So they ask the question why, and again there are other safety and security issues them in Sierra Leone. We want to talk about some of it. We will discuss the issues, and some of them we will try for see if we go provide some suggestions then for guide people them for let we make sure say we all safe and sound at the country. That are the main topics, but obviously as we know, then get a young caveat, then get other things so we for make the program interesting. T-boy, that's our lineup, and of course. T-boy will get for give some updates on the Commonwealth Games so far with Birmingham, United Kingdom. So what now you take so far on the program lineup?
Very interesting to the extent that you look at some of the major things that we have get so much concern over in Sierra Leone for the past couple of years, and I believe security has been one of the most paramount things we get so much concern over, and the rate at which the security alarm don't begin blow. I think now reason for the call man become very much aware. And the other issues the market make mention about the safety in terms of the accident that happen and the strike and the boundary of the different kind of is it constituency or boundary for
constituency,
for do the constituency. They were free to say getting your own motive, but until we know what's in the motive, we'll be able to discuss them in detail. But as of now, we don't know why the parliament, the try for push, well, not the parliament, but the current government is try for push for make that be a legislation we then go pass through parliament. But we'll wait for see. Hopefully, it might not happen. And if it does happen, we'll ask a lot of questions why. And what's the relevance? The relevance is it based on what? Developments or numbers? We yet to know, but I think if it's down to numbers, then we go for realize are they in the position to use the census numbers or the voter registration will not happen it, or what's database when they use, even though the database of the census not legitimate, we don't know whether they will still use those documents for legalize the boundary demarcation. That's a very interesting thing, and if they insist, it means that's the main motive for running around and conducting the census, even though the international communities and the people of Sierra Leone not being approval. But like they always make complaints, say APC then do boundary demarcation, then have create 1 or 2 constituencies, then what's wrong if themselves do them? Well, if you do them and you miss the purpose of the reason why you do them, maybe we understand. If you do on legitimate grounds, maybe we'll understand. But as of now, we don't know. So basically, we wait for see what in Parliament will do for either accept to pass the bill or not.
All right. Thank you so much. So we will delve deep into that as the program they go along. But let we start with the first issue on today's How They Go Inside the Republic. We see from the 1st of August that doctors in Sierra Leone are yet again on strike for salary issue. Now they say they count me towards them and they emphasize on a few. Yet again for salary issue and other benefits. After the judiciary and the police, the second topmost programs that we don't discuss here get for do with the health sector, particularly but strike by doctors, Sierra Leone Medical and Dental Association, and also nurses and facilities. Concerns about the facilities them and resources now with medical centers. If I can recall, correct, T-Boy? That they don't be frequent now program now so over the years.
Yes, you're correct. Generically, the health concern is one of the most paramount programs we on the discuss now with platform for the past couple of years, and we can always say health is wealth. And when you look at most of the programs that we don't do in terms of health issues, I think we don't. There are times where we don't criticize the doctors there, we don't praise them, we don't criticize the nurses them back again, we don't give them some kind of encouragement words. But I feel say overall, health issues are one of the most important things that we don't discuss on the platform. And the easy way of it to sit down the paramount now because health, now any nation, for be one of the key responsibilities of government. So basically, we don't see that don't go down the drain for time immemorial, and there is nothing still we didn't be able to do for maintain that kind of health situation they will to say for be one of the most stable industry. But at the same time, we also don't talk about the participation of the doctors, role of the doctors within the medical sectors in Sierra Leone. Because sometimes we talk about the nurses, but the doctors also play a key role in the medical sector in Sierra Leone. Because, for example, when we get that fire disaster in Wellington, we struggle to have doctors who have experience in burns. So basically, some of them was not that experienced. And the nurses, they really, again, complain about the materials they may need for do most of the basic dressing of the wounds and the burn for the burn victims then. I think a couple of days ago, I saw burn victims also being raising their own concern because, again, it's like almost a year ago now and nothing has happened. Some of them still, they carry the burns, we're not even healed up properly yet. So the doctors and strike is very important because, like you mentioned, now one of the major sectors within government industries in Sierra Leone. So we have the health, education, electricity, agriculture, maybe transport and communication as well. But health is one of the major ministry. We have to say, for sit back and allow doctors then for strike. Can you imagine doctors go on strike in the UK? What's in that mean? Or in America? What's in that mean? It will be like a big loss within the medical sector. So basically, if the doctors are going on a strike, not for pay rise, but for payments not being paid, salaries not being paid, I think it's very important. Because doctors in Europe, they go on strike because of pay rise. Or working hours is either too much on them, they want for me to cut them down a little bit, or then they pay them less than what they're supposed to pay them because their expenses are high. So basically, those are the reasons why doctors will go on strike in Europe. But when doctors go on strike for not being paid, I don't think that really happens in Europe. But I think in Sierra Leone, if we go down to that level with doctors, they go on strike for not being paid, for salary or unpaid, then it is very serious because you can't expect a doctor for go work, you get for feeding family, and at the same time, you go for go save lives.
So, T-Boy, you're absolutely right. But this particular situation kind of like different and more concerning. This way maker, they say that Now, because firstly, we all know our doctors are not paid enough, or, compared to waiting and they do, the waiting and they pay them is shameful. Because if we still get doctors getting paid less than $500, I don't know what is their specific salary, but less than $500, a month, it's embarrassing, right? For this generation, compared to, considering these people get for spend what? How many years? 7, 8 years? They study. You don't study, you don't come. And now critical role in they play in our society, essential service for that matter. And you want them to give them all. So if they still pay people less than $500, but you have people in other sectors where they do very little or nothing, getting paid $2,000, $3,000, $5,000 plus other benefits them, where doctors know they get. It's embarrassing. And the reason why I make they say this different, so the doctors were getting paid already not much. So when COVID came, then begin give them other allowance, where they say COVID risk allowance. Okay? So government decided to cut that allowance off, because not only them they make, okay, well, until they pay better, but this allowance, it bump up with salary, and also they get 45 liters of fuel, petrol, for the vehicle. So governments come and cut that completely. All right? The doctors then, they don't make few months back, the doctors, they raise concerns, say, no, you doing that to us is a disservice, and they help we at all, considering we low salary owed on the get. So he cut that. The doctors then, yes, Tibo, as you asked something or what?
The doctor and salary the way them cut. I think it's kind for actually think about the salary when they get. What the basic salary is up to $500?
Now make I tell you say less than 500. I don't know specific amount, but less than 500. And that again depending on whose grade you did or whose level you did, because by seniority as well.
Okay, go on. Right. I just
so if you get in less than 500, then what you be they get addition for help for let you feel like for say worth your time, governments can cut them off. And then even the fuel where they get, then cut them. And the doctors then give warning over 4 weeks ago or 6 weeks ago, then send a letter say, because we don't cut this, we will go on strike if these issues are not addressed. And then give a timeline where then go on strike. So I'm not a doctor, but I'll be in their defense this time. Then one. So then get a timeline. 2, closer to the timeline, then send another letter or a memo out for remind. Say up to this term, this issue has not been addressed. And if they're not addressed by this date on the 1st of August, we will go on strike. Okay? So how a responsible government go sit down over 6 weeks, you're not able to resolve that issue. You allow doctors to go on strike, even if it's for a day, even if it's for a few hours, like you said, T-Boy. Imagine doctors strike in the UK right now. What will happen to the health system? What will happen? So government not care about that. Then left them, go on strike. At the end of the day, talk we can't talk on our table. Then we saw a memo from Ministry of Finance dated 27th July say, well, now waiting and go do, then they disburse funds. So you waited almost where the doctors don't go on strike. Now they send a memo now say, with the disburse funds for then reinstate the allowance and the 45-liter fuel back for the doctors up until December 2022. So now this last half. So from August to December. Okay? So another question, I hope you're taking notes. Another question is, so if you are reinstating it, why you being taken away in the first place? Why you take them away in the first place? That's a question that needs to be answered. Secondly, why you wait 6 weeks, close to a day or 2 days before the strike, before you send that letter? And you know, say when you send that letter, you know, they happen automatically. It takes weeks, months for let funds begin go to them people and they are. So the doctors now are saying, yes, you don't say you reinstate, but we need we backlog. The one we don't take away in the first place because now we get a reason for take them away. So I want to hear your comments on those points.
Honestly, Juma, I think it's frustrating for make you wait when somebody don't give you notice, say, I did do A, B, C, D, if I don't get no feedback or response from you. You waited until the 11th hour for me to actually make a decision, say, well, okay, we did send out a memo. And that's just a memo. It doesn't guarantee anything because we've seen memos being written down so many times and nothing happens after a couple of weeks or months. So to me, sending a memo out to say you did reinstate back the facilities or the basic benefits with them they get before, like you see why stop it in the first place. But is there any reason behind stopping the benefits with them they get previously?
So I just read you asking that. I just see Emmanuel King in comments say, and the court was abrupt without notice. So somebody grab one in my glad is saying no, it's in COVID done. Although them is still collect COVID, Latin, that why family be the table. That airport, that $88. Them is still collect the $80 up until couple of weeks ago. They not caught say una left for pay $80, but they caught the doctor the COVID risk allowance. And we still get health emergency for COVID, right? It has not been lifted yet in the country as far as me know. Public health emergency is still on in Sierra Leone. Una correct me if I'm wrong, viewers, please. If you know better than me, I will appreciate that. Then I'll make a correction if it has been lifted. But as far as me concerned, if my record can serve me right, Sierra Leone still have, there's still a public health emergency in effect in Sierra Leone because of COVID. So if that is still on, and you have people that are working, and you cut the risk allowance, but you still collecting money for COVID up until 2 weeks ago, and you cut the salary, the risk allowance months and months ago, abruptly. So, Tibo, I don't have an answer why it was cut in the first place.
I think I just advantage. Well, not okay. Something to advantage. Nah, professional misconduct. It is because again, like you say, abruptly, without no notice, not even for still okay. With the cuts on a COVID emergency fund within the next 6 weeks, within the next 8 weeks, within the next 2 or 3 months. So at least that COVID emergency fund, it will cover something for that particular doctor day. So at least you don't get a 6 week notice say with the cost you COVID emergency fund in 6 weeks time. So what's in that money they do begin Fenway high the supplement for reimburse or cut them or possibly Fenway high they able for adjust for either reduce the amount of that money they spend for that particular thing or you cut them off totally or you find other resources for generate fund for that particular thing. So at least they prepare the person. But just from today to tomorrow, you wake up in the morning, sometimes this month you don't go take something we get for pay for when 5 million. When you COVID emergency fund you use for pay for that thing, and then again this is so again. Automatically just like that, and you don't go take the thing already you're supposed to pay for. Say for example, you go do higher purchase, and you don't go take something like a
higher purchase.
You don't go take furniture the way for the pay for
on credit, right?
On credit, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
on credits, and then if they pay for like a 500 pound or $500 or 500,000 loans every month or every 2-3 months, because then they do stuff like that in a salon now anyway. So for can't cut that fund automatically, I think is a professional misconduct, because again, the person will do that actually not think as an administrator, you dey give notice prior to any decision you want to make. If not decision where you know for say go affect the individual, apart from you sacking that individual for maybe misconduct or malpractice, if you change the individual in terms and conditions of work said, you decide and say, I change the terms and conditions of work within the next week or within the next 4 weeks. These now your new terms and conditions where they begin kicking. So prepare yourself. I'm not going to say that you can't cut somebody in fund where you don't the able power for the past couple of months automatically overnight. It's a professional misconduct, because the person is not trained properly for not say administratively. You cannot make such decisions, and the kind of really makes that's a professional way responsible for saving lives. How you want to make you survive? How you want to make you live? How you want to make you say he can sacrifice himself for good, then we'll please and do the work in there.
So hard. Before you're absolutely right, and you get points. People they act before they think. Unfortunately, now so it look like, because we always don't talk. I think what's lacking, what we've seen now over the years on so many, in so many areas, and on so many occasions, is like people not even understand what change management mean. Because for any change you get for manager, you get for know how it affect the people. You get for know how they, phase them in or phase them out. For you minimize. You're not making decisions to punish people. You for make decisions where reasonable, where make common sense. Where if you tell me say now because government not get money, okay, I go understand. But why you choose for court the doctors they own? What about other areas? Are there other areas that are more important than the doctors, where you decide for call the doctors then you own and left other areas? So these are all questions that you go able for at least answer. And you don't predict the answers, the questions them, and you don't provide answers. So at least you don't think I'm through, And like you rightly say, if somebody don't plan for that money day, we all know most workplace. I want to let people understand this in Sierra Leone. Beaucoup people now Osusu then they survive by. Osusu, the military, the police, you understand? The even lawyers then they make Osusu. Lawyers when are private people and then they make Osusu. Now Osusu people and they survive by. Doctors, nurses, then they can't make Osusu that put one hand, that put two hand. So you get that money they bulk, they do something substantial, then you go they pay that money they small. That's how people survive. So if then doctors then maybe don't agree, say that that risk allowance, then they put Osusu for able to do something big, then the basic salary then get 9 and the care go na os. Even if that, then now you just abruptly can't cut them. So now you don't disrupt the whole process where then people know able to meet that and prior commitment they don't make. So family, let me hear you have to say, then we'll continue on this strike and the doctor and the way and manner in which government they manage some of their decisions there. So over to you.
Juma, you sure say you get again for say on this?
Wait it?
I say you sure say you are here wait again for say on this?
I want to hear everything we get for say on this.
Okay, first of all, I kind of play devil's advocate now, so at the begin from the beginning. So say T-boy left from now there one begin. T-boy, I think say some tender we go na bank, we go for take loan, then they ask you waiting that you take home pay. Yeah. Then also then go and know waiting that you exact salary, because one advisor would then can advise you. Say where you did take loan or then kind of thing and they not take them with any extra overtime and anything, because then you know to certainty. So if you always plan your life on your basic income. Yeah, the balance na bunya. Something at the end now you go to save, go to do other 2-3 after them. So in waiting T-boy say just now about using the extra money we government when they give them for this waiting call the risk money.
Yeah, COVID risk
I think say not kind of sit down too well. But yes, I understand. In T-boy in defense, they're not paying the doctors enough money. So now they're not the issue. The issue that the doctor then salary too low for the work way then they do. So for me, the whole additional pay for COVID, not to that them for the doctor then for they push for. They're supposed to push for better pay than with the year some messenger then they get money past doctor. Now some different other sector them. So they need to be recognized for the role within they play in society, for their financial contribution to their studies over the years, for gets to that level they for able for men we fumble them. So I think saying that they first of all we for push salaries are way too low, they need to be raised up. Additional money like the risk money, I get similar discussion with somebody where Netzraf explain the risk money, and if it's called risk, then they should take it away because the risk of the COVID risk don't minimize at the moment. I agree with you, Juma. Say other places still been they take money for Dande, but two wrongs don't make a right. Yes, so therefore address it in differently. So yes, the government gets right for pull the risk money back because the risk level don't lower. But two, we need for ensure say the doctor the money go up for represent the work within they do. So I go left Dandy for now.
So I agree that, and I agree devil's advocate will replay. Let's start with the side where you say the risk don't lower. Me still they disagree with that. The reason maker they say that for Sierra Leone, how would you determine the risk don't lower? COVID is still around. What if we get an outbreak tomorrow and the doctors decide say, no, we are not going to work. We don't want to be part of this. What would you say? So the risk is still there for as long as, now I make a mention earlier, if you hear me, that then don't lift the public health emergency. If that has not been lifted, that still shows say the risk level is there. Because for let a president announce public health emergency means it's something of high risk. Not to grab no more today. Example, we talked about people a couple of days ago, T-Boy last program, na Kenema, right? We picking them sick, over 80 people because of food poisoning, them poison them food or poison, some form of poison. Now we don't even know say that is the reason. It was, not been poison actually. Not all food poison, say somebody the food go bad. No, then poison them. But we don't know what's the outcome of that yet. But it wasn't emergency because it was concentrated in a small area, they're able to know everything. But the COVID risk is still there. So you can't just get up, and some of the people that were aware about the situation here is that you cannot just abruptly cut it. You have to manage because yes, sir.
Boyd say then give them 8 weeks notice because I just see Boyd in message say they gave them 8 weeks notice before the courts, and then also the court started from the military and the police.
Okay.
I kind of understand. Well, I don't know. Boyd must have some kind of maybe evidence for backing down the up, but let's say. If there is no evidence to back it up, I'm not saying what you're saying is not correct, but I think if you say that, I will believe you. So I would likely say, well, okay, I highlighted that for say notice for be given, but if indeed the notice was given, are the doctors reluctant about accepting the notice being given to them? That's one. Two, how was the notice being published to them? Is it being given to them in a memoir as well, or they made a press briefing to them, or they talked to the representation of the doctor board, or how was the message passed on? Because an office say the doctor association will sit down and accept that decision after 8 weeks, when they're not getting 8 weeks notice for the side for go on strike back again, even though they don't give them notice in the courts, the extra allowance for COVID. That's my main question on what they ask.
Right.
Are they reluctant to accept, or they reluctantly not adhere to the 8 weeks notice when they give them, then still go ahead with the strike? Because the reason for the strike now because of the court, isn't it?
Yeah.
So why?
And then be specific, say for the COVID risk allowance where then court end the fear. Okay. So I agree with your comments, Femi, and of course, thank you so much, Boyd, for your contribution for tell we say then give them 8 weeks notice. Good. Then the question follow again. So if really you get a tangible reason as a government, why are you backtracking now to reinstate it? If the reason why you've been caught in the first place is, valid enough, but why you they reinstate them now? Why? Why you they reinstate them? So that's another question that we get for ask. And of course, Florence just highlights me earlier point that, remember, COVID is still ravaging other countries. Monkeypox is dazzling just around the corner. Have we thought about putting ourselves on guard in all of this? We have a very weak health system. The entire healthcare system and delivery system should be honestly looked at. So that comes to Femi earlier point that other issues of salary and all of those things has to be looked at, not to a short term or quick fix. The reason we discuss this the issue here, we don't want to face a situation with what we faced with our teachers some time back.
Be specific, you cannot understand what you mean by that.
No, it's I mean, the condition of service for teachers, be so poor in Sierra Leone.
It's still poor.
No, at the camp, at that time, possibly teachers are not be aware, okay? Then the war happened, people were forced to, to go out of Sierra Leone either as, refugees, or they decide to relocate to other places. They saw that what they were earning there was a lot better than what they used to earn in Sierra Leone. So what happened? People begin travel, come out Salon, go Gambia, go teach, and get paid more money. So what we begin get? We begin get the quality teachers going away. And we're struggling for teachers today. Is that what we want?
About 10 years ago, we had a brain drain with doctors in Sierra Leone. 10 years ago. And that was a very serious case because I think 70% of the doctors that we trained at 2000, during 2000 to 2010, 90% of them left Sierra Leone and they came to the UK. Now, so most of them in practice right now. So there was a medical brain drain in Sierra Leone during that period because of the poor medical condition where the doctors them get. Salary was poor. Everything else that they were supposed to be getting was not in good state at all. So doctors then really left the shores because that's when the UK they struggle to get doctors and nurses them at that time. So there was a massive brain drain in terms of the medical sector in Sierra Leone during this period. I am not saying that is likely to happen now, but I think the disaster we would expect, we would possibly get now the fact say doctors then will go slow and stay at home, or what you don't see now for doctors and get their own practice, their own private practices where they spend more time there and then they spend more time with the government's job when they get them because they're not getting asking anyway. They're not being paid well. They don't have better facilities. You make mention say cleaners have been paid more than doctors in Sierra Leone. But like we just forget about the cleaners being paid more than doctors in Sierra Leone. There are people who get paid in Sierra Leone that are not even doing jack, just for sitting in the office and signing papers or looking at documents. They just browse. They don't even read those documents, but they get paid a lot of money. While doctors, they spend money for land, and then they also spend their time, because most of them practicing tools the way they get, then themselves they buy for themselves. So how can you actually say you're paying doctors in Sierra Leone when you can't even provide them with their tools, with their working tools? Nurses them, they buy their own equipment and for do blood tests, for check pressure. They don't have nothing in the hospitals. The only one they will get some, you pass it and they say, when I'm wait the doctor come, because I get for going to do the blood test, he get the machine. Because when they go home, they take them home. So they don't really rely on the government or any of the institutions they will need, if not their own private practice, for providing with the tools they will necessary for them perform their duties. So it's sad. So we can't go back again to the point where sometimes doctors will be held responsible for some of the damages or some of the deaths that will happen in a salon. Sometimes we will begin for arresting soon, because that is likely what's to happen. Because when the doctor decides to stay home because you're not getting the right tools then for practice, what do? You don't go to work. If you go to the hospital, then you're supposed to go perform a surgery. What should you go to the hospital? What should you go to to be honest? You go do stitch somebody in wound. You don't get the right stitching tools then. So basically, it's not that easy. I remember back in the days, people were so much in tune with doing appendix. It become fashionable until doctors then begin perform power appendix operation and begin die for nothing. It stops. Few weeks ago, somebody tell me, say, "Oh, I go to appendix." I say, so appendix still the salon because we don't done. But honestly, it's a shame that we sit down and discuss doctors' salary or doctors going on strike because they haven't been paid. But I think I'm a bit confused now. Is it because they haven't been paid, or because then they cut them COVID bonuses? Not so then they cut and then we don't cut them months back. Because then we don't cut them COVID bonuses. They're making a strike, or then they strike because of lack of salary. Then cut them, then not be they get them. So more or less it's part of their salary. So that was add on to their salary. So that was cut completely. But do they have a contract for say the salary when they get it different from the COVID extra bonus fund when are just specifically for COVID? That what happens if COVID ends? I don't know. They have a contract to say it's not some kind of ongoing process where not get for end, because COVID get for end at some point anyway. But not end it. That's the thing. So secondly, Boyd been say earlier, then give them notice. Then Mustafa Kone don't come and say the Minister of Health accept on TV say that adequate notice was not given to the doctors. So the minister, according to Kone, information now. But I think anyway. So let's hear Femi. Femi, hand on the up. You want for say something. Over to you, Femi.
Yes, so I want support Juma in statement earlier on about the nurses, them doctors and teachers them, because for me them profession and they really they're calling. You know, it's not a job, it's a calling. You the born say you want to take care of people, and you the born say you want to educate people them. And for we go school in Sierra Leone in the 80s, I go say 99% of the people that we teach no they inside education at salon anymore. They've left the shores of Freetown. A lot of them they still they work in education, but out of Sierra Leone. You know, and it's sad. You know, our education system fell, and not because people are going to say that because of the war. Yes, the war contributed in a lot of exodus from Sierra Leone, but the problem will not begin before that day, because government not being a pay them people they are so waiting them in things say they're worth, and not just waiting in things they're worth. Some teachers them in particular, not talk about teachers and now, were almost bankrupt. Their salary at the end of the month wasn't sufficient to put food on the table. Don't forget today, people at Sabi, mainly, most of them were women, and they had to take care of their homes as well. And when you know they came money gonna host for go feed you picking them, it puts a strain on what you do. So a lot of them get for come out and go find teaching work elsewhere. Now they begin. The war can speed up things and a lot more people that left. But not to just teach them, then it happened to doctors, then it happened to nurses, and they left the shores of Freetown. And now the problem them now with the face today, 20 something year down the line or 30 something year down the line, we still get a problem there because we can't educate our population for field their work than they. We have lecturers them we aren't as competent. At the talk, I'm not say people go kill me for this. When aren't as competent for teach we professionals them their role. You know, we get electricians, for example, host and the bond because wiring is wrong. So the people that we're supposed to they teach you professionals them certain things, then now they teach them the basics because then safe not get the basics. So now if you think about it, T-Boy say we get so many doctors the way they walk around the world. How do we get these people back into Sierra Leone? I think say governments now their responsibility then they for begin things say okay, how do we attract these people then for come back to Sierra Leone? For do that you get for pay a living wage. If you know they pay the doctor a living wage, they pay them $500 for months. Really and truly, do you expect? Okay, no, I assume say they pay them that. How many doctors, how many qualified doctors do you think will leave their professions in other areas than the world for go work in a salon for $500? They might love their job, they might want to help people, yeah, but skill and truly, financially, they can't make it happen. So the only one that's until why we don't work for 30, 40 years, don't save some crazy amount of money, we don't need that salary day. Might say, okay, in my retirement years, I'm going to go back to my country of origin and go teach, or go be a senior nurse, or go be a senior doctor, or go lecture. You understand? You need for really and truly government need for begin pay them people also properly. I think that the medical emergency is over. I hear what you guys are saying. But we know how COVID ravaged the world, and nonsense at the world not they getting problem in the England safe the numbers do not begin come up. But guess what? The reason why the shock to the system in 2 years ago now because people are not be know how to deal with COVID. Now people are not get a little bit more knowledge on how to deal with this situation. So although the numbers are high, we're not seeing the deaths around the world than they claim. And at the same thing in Sierra Leone, we not even see the numbers them. Although the salon numbers them, we always dispute them. But we not see the numbers in our Sierra Leone. So at the moment, there isn't a health emergency. So every single thing we've been they deal with health emergency has to stop. And then that means to say the presidents get for retract in emergency we not put at the country. That means to say we where they travel go into the country and coming out of the country not supposed to pay them money then for tests and this and that, and that means to say the doctor then say not forgets that extra day for the thing. But the doctor then salary needs to go up and needs to go up now.
Right. Thank you so much for that submission there, Femi. I agree with you that if we agree, say, you know, if the decision is say you they cut them people that are risk allowance because there are no risk anymore, so then why not cut the public health emergency? 1, 2. The governments, them unfortunately, this is the thing that bothers me, so much when it comes to government dealing with issues. They will tell you that, oh, okay, weekend passed, we are the president na UK to T-Boy, I don't know if na T-Boy be the whisper na is, say the SLPP is the best thing that happened to Sierra Leone ever. Okay, so he said that. You're fine telling us that you don't achieve all your manifesto promises them, even you they give people a bonus from A to Z, you don't even pass Z. But where it come for go drag, you need a shame for tell people and say, oh, our illiteracy rate is 70%. Or our healthcare infrastructure is poor. That's how we want to go drag. But then when it comes for pay the teachers, the nurses, them, the doctors, them, then other support staff, them, you say no, they're not supposed to get them. But you don't use the money for Go Dae Go. What's in the vice president in tell we been gonna hospital the T-boy. You not tell we say they don't increase the budget for Ministry of Health by 11.something%. Waiting at the question we always don't ask. Waiting una increase and for
administration.
Exactly. Waiting una the administer.
Well, any increments in budgets alone no get nothing to do with salary. You know, they take no effect on salary increase. Because the salary increase is 1%. I mean, come on. What's in a 1% of salary increase for staff? Especially somebody like a doctor. So yes, states say they don't increase the budget by 11%, and that's going to boost the health sector, the Ministry of Health.
Mm-hmm.
And it say they don't rehabilitate and build a lot of more hospitals, and they don't recruit thousands of nurses as well. So with saying that, the health sector, at least for not bad, but maybe closer to stability, meaning doctors should have a decent salary, and we should have enough nursing practitioners that we favor for dealing with the situation. But during that same period, now we get disaster like a couple of weeks later, right? After the 11% increment. Now, a couple of weeks later, now we get a disaster. Thank you. So again, we did another program and we asked question, where is the 11% increment in the Ministry of Health? Because we can always say the 11% increment will go towards administration costs. And administration costs safely they go towards now very high-end staff then at the administrative sector, they eat that money there. Because it means they will hire a consultant to speak where they can consult on sanitation. Now the quick thing that for already for spend money for sanitation. So basically they go hire consultants where they can talk about things the way you feel to say maybe a basic doctor for you for do education on without even hiring a specialist. Because most of the specialists that we can talk about sanitation, I don't understand. So what's not the basic needs of sanitation? Now for know how you deal with you hygiene, wash your hands properly, how you should wash your hands, make sure that you don't leave things that you're not going to be touching on a regular basis and they will contaminate you.
Wash your properly if we not get water.
Well, we wash our still dry dog, not for dry dog. So you see, let's say we say like for cinema, but that's really where the money goes. That's facts. Not the money to go. Then basic, normal administrative things that we expect say government will put money back. How you go hire a consultant for can educate people and for, like you say, hygiene. For can educate people and what's in how for deal with contraceptive. For can educate people on use of pad. How can you hire a consultant for that? That can be even done by a junior nurse.
Exactly.
Now they all the money can go. Then go hire expert then for can tell you how for use pampers, for can tell you how for use pad, for can tell you the use of period pad, for can tell you the use of. I don't understand. That's in any way you can actually hire a consultant for, or you go hire a specialist where they can teach you now how for do hygienic practices now the medical sector. Come on. That is a simple. How you call it? What's in the way they can guess where people can they do sports first aid. Simple first aid treatments. because you don't need a professional, except otherwise. And what's it make even they get people in for teach hygienic practices in the UK because of COVID. Now, because they not say COVID now some kind of contaminated disease where something will stick na your hand. And when you look at the practices of hand wash in COVID period, now this kind of way you do rub and scrub in between and mold. You understand? That is not how you wash your hand on a normal basis. You put it under the pump, so you shake them. For this salon, well, anyone now, pump now, water, cool and kitchen now. Wipes now, anyone can use. So basically, that I can understand. And the education for wash your hands during COVID, you see the essence of them. Because so, COVID was highly...
But even you saying all of that, you're absolutely right. Because we have a whole public education department as part of Ministry of Health, where then your role, now then see then they, public health education, where things reach, so you have focus on this, you bring the people there within, give them crash course, push them back, outside and go for meet people there more, and do community sensitization programs. You do community engagement. You do that. You don't need to go and spend money on that. Why? Because what is a hospital without a doctor? What is a hospital without equipment and resources in the hospital? So if you rather not get a doctor, because right now you not get a doctor. I can't tell you something very interesting where they happen right now. Well, I'll go to Femi. Femi, I see you want to say something.
Yeah, but once said Juma, they bring up some very valid points. I say what we begin. I'm telling I say Juma get for make you laugh today. But whilst T-Boy they talk, Juma they give side comments to them. With T-Boy they talk about I for wash you and Juma they ask who's water? Where do you water? Now water well? You understand? You might think that it's joking, but these are the little things them we get them problem there so. Yeah, because really, even when COVID struck na this country, I mean, they wonder why then they teach we how for what we are. Because some of we then say us we learn in our nursery school. Yes, they not teach you exactly how for what and but the amount of money spent in England alone, in America, on educating people how for what they are, for me, na been bad signal. Na been signal for say some of them people them really dirty. But it's true. We they go to toilet all the time. We they see people and they come inside the toilets and they cannot do straight away. They know what's there at this country. When you go na public toilet, you they notice things. So I can understand. But again, as I said, Juma made valid points because we not get water. So if me a doctor, I am happy for saying they pay me $500, no problem. If we all na the country, na the same thing. If we all they suffer because they want to take the government money for put on something for make sure say one no salon gets pipe borne water, or they want make sure say light day, so we all go suffer for 2-3 years. Let we all take that pay cut day and suffer for 2-3 years. But now they go pay doctor $500 or less. Then you get some people where they give them girlfriend them the same $500 each time they go fend them. So imagine now they own salary them. Because me I don't know their salary, but I can imagine because I see the motor the way they drive, the everybody petrol the way they consume, we they see the host the way they tap. So really and truly, people in the complaint say the doctor them then get private practice. Get private practice with $500 with a family for maintain. You tell me how is that possible? How is that possible to live a decent life? You can't. So if we not look after the basics, then we get problem. We not get doctor in our hospital, and we can't blame doctor if they go strike for dandy. Then get lock service some doctor they go work. Because of $500 matters, so you don't know how go hustle.
Now I will get the young doctor them. Was he now Secretary General? Dr. Jallo Ibn Kana. What did he tell me? He said, I don't depend on my salary. He said, because if not they depend pa nothing they happen. He said, me na full man and they do half business. Now they give me courage. So why they go work and like how Femi say earlier, it's a calling. That's what he wanted to do. you know, he wanted to be a doctor, blah, 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 blah. He don't get all that. But not to the salary they can go there. He's still getting full of shop. He get other half of business the way they do. We will make him able for grab and go work feasibly like. And some of the salary for them people, they don't even come on time. They already 3 months, 6 months backlog. They don't get it on time. You now they go cut the lily way, go say, okay, I will manage for go for this. Now you don't cut them, fine. But why reinstate them if not be a good reason you be cut them for in the first place? Because now this part of the world, if they can't tell you them go don't go, then don't look at every aspect before they cut something. You go vex, but at the end of the day, you go see a reason why. And then they begin from the top. Take hand on. But you the grab, you travel, go inside 1 week for go vacation and send you £100,000 sterling. Just for go what kind of Oxford streets. For go shop, you get £100,000 sterling. How much is that in Leons? But then you at the same time where doctors then strike. You are busy.
Other than £100,000 sterling for go shop.
Now that then give it for the president in Tripoli go so now.
This guy can also.
This guy will cancel the letter they where they talk.
Pada did and dance with it.
Yes, for the dance. Yes.
Yeah. So then you £100,000 for can dance.
That is the one where they request to say for where did they from the 25th to the 8th bar or something. I know that's short less than 2 weeks. Okay. And not mix pan the per diem, and not mix pan the ticket, and not mix pan pocket money for in. This is not the one where the embassy, the High Commission request for where the president did it. You surprised? It shock you?
No, this is the one that shocked me.
Femi, why they look up this guy? Go ahead.
And not no more for the business na the SLP business so because really and truly that ain't a salon money. If not for the SLP business, it's not supposed to come on as salon coffers because me and you weren't invited. You know, na salon money, but other Sierra weren't invited. It was an SLPP business. If na SLP business, na SLPP for pay for that money day. Not to taxpayers' money from Sierra Leone. Second, but we already say the money back was used to be spent at Covent Garden.
No, come back. Femi, don't go off, please. Covent Garden.
Yes, we already say some of that. At not 100,000 Juma. It was 90-something-thousand, maybe 95 or 98. I don't remember.
99,000.
Okay, 90. So not 100,000. You know,
50 pounds.
Left that 1,000 day or that 50 pound day. You know.
Oh wait.
But as I say.
Now petty cash, because you know say petty cash, you forget a limit way if you reach 100,000 then for sign for her. So that
not
money
not a petty cash. This was a special request for where the president go for the duration where they under. You know, mix by the president in usual per diem. You know, mix by the impress where the president can get where they go with. You know, mix
by the embassy and they request for that money there.
Correct. For the president in trip where he go under. So
Tibo na your uncle them na your family them. Tibo na your uncle and your family and then go request some money do. That ain't a salon money. If they go take that money there for Kais for SLPP business and they not invite non-SLPP member then for that party day, then for pay that money they back to government. Because if na SLPP business one can do, make them go fend, make them go raise money, SLPP money for me come. If na salon business, make them invite all cross sections of Sierra then forgo the business because now we taxpayers' money 9 days use for camp.
I mean, let's say self na salon business. We don't need the president to fly to this country for that kind of request for me to spend that money there. Oh no, for sales getting in a way he can utilize the money for. I don't think that is fair on the people of Sierra Leone because at the end of the day, 90,000, 50 pounds, not so small money. And Femi, send a Covent Garden and see the shopping.
Alright.
I not talk so no can give me 1 foot. I say, then say, then say that 90-something thousand now been for the SLPP business and some of them now for spending a Covent Garden. You don't know that still that.
So it's a secret allegation or not?
No, so Victor Emensa Cummins. Thank you so much, Victor. Indon Kangiwi, another version here, say the financial sector in the Ministry of Finance, they debunk the statement. Let me see what, at the first time we said they see this, Larry Idam. They say allegations of secret transfer of £94,050 to Sierra Leone High Commission in the United Kingdom. So he said, my attention has been drawn to a mischievous claim attributed to a certain notorious Chairman Alpha Ember that an alleged secret transfer of £94,050 was made to the Sierra Leone High Commission in London for President Bill's private visits. As Financial Secretary at the Ministry of Finance, it is important to state the following, not only to assist in education of the said Chairman Alpha Ember, but also to display any deliberate misinformation. So 1, government has a financial obligation to support the activities of all overseas mission, whether they host the head of state or it is in furtherance of strengthening Sierra Leone's bilateral and multilateral relations. 2, all transfers made to overseas missions are subject to normal reporting procedures and audit by the Audit Service Sierra Leone. Therefore, any claim of secret transfer is made out of sheer ignorance and a lack of understanding of reporting and audit procedures. 3, the reference transfer to the High Commission was handled by several government officials from the High Commission, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Finance, and Accountant General's Department to the Central Bank of Sierra Leone. With such an extensive number of government officials that handle the payment and any claim that it was a secret transfer or transaction files in the face of common sense. 4, the Financial Secretary letter is a standard method of payment that has been in existence from the colonial era to present-day Sierra Leone. To presume anything otherwise is a show of complete incomprehension. 5, the Ministry of Finance remains committed to transparency and accountability in the management and use of public resources. Financial Secretary. So what's your comment on this? You both. I know you're UT boy.
So I take it, me they take and I'll say, so the transaction took place.
You talk no more. Or are you asking a question?
No, because the statements where we participants put in the group, we come out from
financial sector
from Victor, it means the financial sector denies the transaction not take place, but it wasn't a secret transaction.
According to him, it was not secret to government. What Chernobyl is saying, this is not secret transfer because the public no know about that. Because already you the guy, so in not denial said it can. So what's in more around that the word secret no more. Now
so what's that secret no more night for defense so?
Yeah, now this is secret that defense so with 500.
Okay, well to me, what's to make a feel say China refer to them as secret? It wasn't done in a public domain for make the country for say the High Commission request for £90,000 for the president in visits.
Not to 90 something. Why they reduced the money? 94,000.
Okay,
£94,050.
Okay, so basically, now make a talk say if na £94,050, you know, so they always get a threshold of maybe £100,000 compared to that in Leones, where they can talk say if we reach this threshold amount, we forgo through protocols, meaning if I pass through this table, that table, that table to the other table, somebody all man for sign. But in this case, they reduce the amount. You remember when they can talk say that payments we forgo taking a bank where something government for billion. Thank you. So they always make the check for be 49 million, and then they issue like a 10 check of 49 million. So basically, you still now say now the same process now they use in this case. So meaning. They reduced the amount because why would the president ask for £49,050?
94,000.
I mean, here goes, sorry.
Why would reduce this money?
Why would the president ask for £94,050? Very unusual. Now, like a way you say, okay, sell me £100,000. The president will ask for £94,050. They don't want to meet the threshold of the actual amount we will require a lot of things.
Correct.
So what the financial sector is saying, it is not untrue that the transaction didn't take place, but it wasn't a secret.
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned, it is a secret because the threshold we they use, now the threshold we they not go for be accountable for like 5 or 6 signatures, women for make them public.
Right.
Now make they use that threshold for say, okay, let's make it below the threshold of maybe £100,000. Because if we reach now £100,000, then the one will come see me for don't know say well the president don't request this money. Or then people don't put on the record say well. Now make I ask if not petty cash.
Not to petty cash. You know, mix the petty cash or the other one way the president. This not just to then another thing, Femi. Now this if this press release is authentic because not in our official letterhead, you know, but I know say Victor no go grab and campus something with no authentic. Thank you so much, Victor, for sharing that with us. So point number 1, Femi, challenge you statement earlier that
now for call Victor full name me obviously I'm Victor but just now.
Okay, Victor Men's comment, something like that. Yeah. So Femi, you say if na SLPP business because the president's Canada now one dance night come na SLPP particular July 29th. So it's you say if na SLPP business, SLPP for don't fundraise for let the president go. But here on point 1, the financial sector, according to what Victor's posting, they say government has a financial obligation to support the activities of all overseas missions, whether they host the head of state or it is in furtherance of strengthening Sierra Leone's bilateral and multilateral relations. So, yeah, go ahead.
Yes, Juma.
Yeah.
You hear me, Juma?
I hear you.
Juma, you're 100% right. Salon suppose for do dandy. But T-boy a big inside. Almost saying people and don't go to embassy, they go cry, say embassy no can support with project. Wait till embassy they always say T-boy a big tell me.
You not even take 2 weeks ago. And I even do not say not even take 1 week it.
Okay, so T-boy engande. No, Juma, no car inside it.
Go ahead.
So if embassy, whenever any other group approach, say, in the name of Sierra Leone, we need to do this activity for we picking them for this, for that, for this. The first embassy they tell we all. Not to one say don't be a Juma. Me have been frequent member they go to that embassy. Say again satire. They always say Salon no get money. Salon they don't even send money for pay with salary safe.
Right.
Now the talk that they tell we. But right now we dance they for can make now for the president and in party, then disperse almost
94,050 leons. 50
leons?
Pounds, 50 pounds. 94,050 pounds.
Really? 94,000 pounds. Then the Bokuman, then you go ask like for $5,000. So until $1,000 say some money you go ask for. Then you tell them say money no dey.
Right. So again, you know, the financial sector, if this statement by Victor Cummings correct, it's misleading. The president, according to, you see, it contradicts himself, that the president traveled on a private visit for go vacation, but you disburse money stating say for strengthening Sierra Leone's bilateral and multilateral relations. What is the bilateral and multilateral relations we go plan for vacation? Yes, sir. Femi.
Well, I'm not going to answer that, but I will add small pepper pan the soup.
Okay.
Then say the vacation was kind of swift because something really happened at Salon regarding some boats. We president don't be allowed for mass inside because they're making property. So they advise and say the best thing for common at the country, quick, sharp. Because if these boats come and you know say Lord they say you know for mass inside there, you go bring small kata. So he been gonna awaken England for make enough face that embarrassment thing. Now so then so
you don't bring another caveat to this whole thing that the American military both way gunners alone. And one thing people need to understand, the United States, not to just pass Canada country. Anything we get for do with them is their country. Okay. So let me ask you a question. With presidents, since he assumed office, he don't ever go to the American embassy?
What did you ask me?
Now you are the ask.
I don't know. You know, say me not the America. But wait till I go just I go
embassy in Sierra Leone.
I don't know. I know this alone either. But wait till I go say I dey support your statement as America dey property, na dem property.
Yeah.
Yeah, if they don't tell you say we no want you yonder. We think you say wait then we woman they sack you. We woman sack you, you know want you near them. Even at this country, if you go court and give injunction, say if you say right clear from that person there, then they give some man. Yeah, but some man can argue say, but the man don't go America. Yes, but now the UN, the United Nations, he go, which he gets all rights for go. But the moment he come under, he step foot on any other government institution, a problem for him. So as I say, that 90-something thousand pound day. I mean, for tell and say, pa, you know, something, yes, you want to go and this dance and for try go because something they come and you go bring international problem for you and you followers them. Because really and truly, we see these people, they use social media so much, but no, they talk on social media and they complain. They use social media so much, that would have been a perfect picture opportunity. Where them for take bluff we all. If you see them not take the opportunity, they will get for ask yourself question as in why.
So that is why the vice president been there for go instead. Okay. Because the vice president's not get any embargo or anything. Okay, interesting. So, wow. Thank you.
So I take you on another mission.
Now this is like you say, you take me underwears. Family owner, forgive me for being a little bit vulgar here. Yeah, but this is where we could bring this the president in trip. Now the insensitivity about the strike, because Femi and T-Boy, they usually make emphasize on the UK as an example because possibly America healthcare, most of it is privatized, you know, and the healthcare system here is different. But the UK now, you know, a national health service. So imagine you have a prime minister and doctors and nurses decide for go on strike. If that prime minister will still go on vacation based on our experience.
If na emergency official duty, yes, he might attend.
I say vacation.
Not vacation. We don't do several times where incident did not happen in the UK, where Prime Minister they return beforehand, where he go say they go vacation. We don't see that with Tony Blair, I think once or twice. I think we see one with David Cameron. I'm not too sure whether we actually saw one with Boris Johnson, but I think Tony Blair happens about twice. David Cameron, I think once. I'm not too sure, but we'll not see that happen with Boris Johnson. But definitely, if any state of emergency activity or something happen behind the Prime Minister's back when he go out of the country on a holiday, he will return and cut his holiday short immediately. We don't see that don't happen. But we don't see William President don't go honeymoon in the middle of COVID, when every other president is staying put in their country, not flying out of their country, not even to go for any kind of international or any kind of public meetings where they allow them to go out of their country. They remain put. We don't see the UK government put together a conference on development partners and for come together within the Was it based on the ECOWAS countries or the Commonwealth countries? Then forget a conference where they say you can definitely do the conference by Zoom. And guess what? We don't question them again for just to make a statement for what, 5 minutes or less than that. So we don't see a lot we don't happen. I feel say we don't president take for granted and left the country regardless whether the nature of what he left the country for important or not. And in this case, I don't think it was that important, especially if now a holiday they come. If I possibly don't try for settle the crisis with the doctors and before you even left. But you see, when sometimes they take people in for granted and you have to say the value and respect we get for the country if it trickle down to every member of the country, now make you go do things like this, we go even care. I think the president is going about doing his own business instead of the government business or waiting for do with Sierra Leone. Now, what's in feel for do? Now I feel to do right on a salon because most of my engagement and way in the group are they really relevant for Sierra Leone? Are they really making a difference for Sierra Leoneans? Is it really creating an impact for Sierra Leone and this outside community? What sort of developmental strides they really put in place with the group are all limiting that. So basically, I think he's just doing what he feels like doing. He's doing what he wants to do and don't really care. He talks when he feel like. He doesn't talk when he doesn't want to talk. He do things the way he wants. He flies and continue to fly as he said it himself. And he used that like a provoke. So for any time he comes and talks to the public, to the people of Sierra Leone, either they can provoke we, or they can laugh for something we do, or they can say something we in field say he want to do. Now, we don't owe him to ask him any question about the dealings of what they do within the country or out of the country. So basically, now in property or I am the president. So basically, you guys don't need to ask me anything. I'll do what I want to do. I say what I want to say when I want to say, and it doesn't concern you. I am the president. I think that's wrong. That's totally wrong.
Okay.
And sometimes it amazes me to see certain things that really happen, and it left back both kids. Sad. For the past couple of days, I've been thinking of how bad we continue to go, to the extent that sometimes you want to just give up. But again, we can't give up in some of the things that we do, because you see the level of frustration where this particular government they put with us. The level of frustration where you see things that were not supposed to happen, they happen. The level of frustration where you see the most simplest thing that we struggle for achieve and make them, because we will not get the people that we're supposed to make them possible. Either because of their selfish reason, because of greed, or because they just don't care. There is no amount of concern. There is no amount of Alexa, if you know, like woman say that before you sleep with her, they show that hypocrite love, you know, to so. We can't even see that in our government. We just can't even see that. Because if they hate we Sierra Leoneans themselves, you get a moment where they show you at least a minute of empathy for say, okay, you know what, man, I'll show you some love. Love self-enable for express to Sierra Leoneans then. The joy for self for you there around the people and you know government official, you don't see it. All they want is people to show themselves at them like a subordinate, big, hey, bro, hey. And I'm thinking to myself, why do I have to be chasing you guys for what? So you can feel like for say, I want to just tell this person what and tell and make it for say you are nothing. You just happen for the another position they will do so, but you're basically nothing. Because the picture where they pass around, say the president go now Sloan or Leicester Square or wherever square, he looks like an ordinary shopper. He looks like an ordinary shopper. And what difference would that make to somebody who not even Sabia? He can't selfie, he can't selfie banga. So
they are approaching vehicle. Let them approach him.
Yes. No, Juma, seriously. When you bump into him on the roads of UK or London or any parts, he looks like an ordinary shopper. Because the elements of your entourage will not exist on the streets of London. The elements of your sophisticated convoy will not exist on the streets of London. So why, the side where you for sure your authority say you're the president of the Republic of Sierra Leone, you don't do that. So you didn't show your authority to the weaker nation. We not even get the mind for talk to you and ask you question. I want for you see how the Arab body they do where they come out Saudi, Dubai, where they
with that horn or something.
Bentley and Lamborghini, the way they park at any side.
Yeah.
He say, go and bring the tow truck and my car. I'll pay for it now. That is what you do when you have money. Go and do X, Y, Z, Z, Z. Where Michael Jackson, okay, something now they go too far. But where then they go too far. Trust me. If I was the president of Sierra Leone, I will not walk the streets of London for can shop because it makes me look like an ordinary person. I go even shame myself for stop by. Oh, that's my president. Because the value of you.
I'll tell you the stunt with them, but you
come on, forget stunts, Juma.
It is a stunt. I'll tell you the stunt.
It is a stunt of disrespect.
That's it.
To be honest to you, you want to me say Kabila, or you want to me say Kigami, they come London. You go shopping at Oxford Circus. You don't see the essence of a president walking down the streets of Oxford Circus. It's not possible.
Most presidents get that time there in the first place. Yeah, no,
let me say, Seth, you get the time. Let's say you have the time. It's not possible. Because you know why? You go not say Kigami. You will be, then go must tell you, say, oh, that's the president of Sierra Leone. That's the Rwandan president. But for the fact, say, your performance in your country is so poor, you don't even want your presence in the streets of London because you never say you can't give fellow man and go mob you. So you rather work quietly, silently, and you smuggle yourself within the crowds of London and make yourself look like, for say, you are a normal shopper. But you're not.
All right, Femi. And when they talk for me, I want for you about Covent Garden.
T-boy talk fine.
Yeah.
T-boy talk fine, no. Juma, really and truly, I believe say the Secret Service supposed for give we president or a visiting president security. I not believe say visiting president for the waka na treat nonchalantly like a dandy. But again, let's give us it a little bit. T-boy, quick correction. Boris actually came back to the UK on a couple of occasions. Somebody don't mention one.
I mean, they say I'm not too sure.
Okay, somebody don't mention one. They say he caught a trip. I think that'd be a business trip or a government trip to Cuba.
Okay.
When the whole Russia thing started. And then me remember back about this time last year, I think, or maybe a few months later or earlier. I don't remember the exact month. But when Kabul fell, in Afghanistan, where the whole Taliban's moved in and took control of the country, I remember say Boris came back, and he was on holiday at the time. He left on holiday, he won't come back, and then can get what he call a Cobra meeting. We had the meeting for can strategize on any of the issue there. So, but you guys are right. We had the Wellington disaster. They partied on whilst people were burning. Correct. So it shows say these people have no empathy for them fellow Sierra Leoneans. Them, you get for lead by the front. I always criticize, and people then they say I am too critical. The people of Salonga problem, and the leaders are chosen from the people of Sierra Leone. I hear all of that, but then Creole can say waiting for one's foot do back foot the falla. So it is important to lead by example. It is important. Yes, we agree, say our leaders are picked from us, and if we bad, we lead and go bad. If we good, we lead and good. That is true. But when you're there, you for try for lead by example. Especially some of them, we don't travel, they don't live in America, they don't live in the UK, they don't see other cultures, they don't see other leaders them, how they comport themselves. You would think that when things like this happen, they will get an idea of what needs to be done. But they don't.
And you're absolutely right. You know, like, you highlighting leaders coming back from, vacation or cut short certain trip. I've been a beneficiary of that. I don't like for talk on personal things, but it wasn't a health emergency, but it had to do with certain laws in the UK. Okay. My first trip to the UK, Tony Blair was on vacation. He had to cut short the trip for can participate on a House of Commons debate for make a decision we been here for affect with me trip to the UK. So imagine that was just a law that they were discussing, not to emergency situations. That just show the value where them people are put to their country. So you they change small law or you they do something where they for affect, they don't want for set bad precedent. They wanted to come and be part of it. As the Prime Minister, he led from the front. He left in vacation and come. You, President, twice now, health crisis or emergency situations in the country, you will busy partying. One, you then a UK, then they tell you, say you country they born. What if that Wellington fire thing was, how you call it in, was just a decoy for a coup in the country? You dey party, now so you don't left your country, commodity, then take over your government. But you don't even show the empathy, like T-Boy said earlier. You know what come on at that party holiday quick, even if now how you call it in video message you send condolences, say okay, I was out of the country, now I they cut me trip short, I am coming. But you party done because you did it. Your wife, the first lady, acknowledged, say, fire disaster, but now still continue the party. You came few days later, you go to the hospital, and go to begin take picture with people there. Now, they don't give warning. Weeks before the strike, you not give instructions for say, this I want this settled before I leave this country. You left on Wednesday for go party while she doctored in the strike. Tiba, I'll tell you waiting the stunt where they try for pool. But you see, this is the sad thing about people in this government. I don't know how they think. There's a video going around with Boris Johnson that he went to a shop, right? We go bye-bye to, Asian, Now that stunt there and try for pool. But you cannot equate that. Boris Johnson did it in his country and they asked a question. They challenged him about topical issues there. In effect, it not cost nobody. You demonstrate that. If you come out, you go work on a Abacha Street, if you get the confidence, like T-Boy say, left all you armored car them and whatever. If you want to make your armored car, carry them go to UK, let them go block traffic for you. But you are like any other person. Go work on Abacha streets. Make nothing. They let people begin talk to you. Then you go say, yes, you popular. But you happy, they take people taxpayers' money. You they go work for shop na luxurious places. Your doctors are on strike. Where they lead for let patients then die. How many patients don't die, we don't know. Because they take them thing and they seriously. How many patients don't die because of this? This is now day 3 of the strike. Day 3. The issue has not been resolved. Our president don't finish for party. Waka na Covent Garden, na Oxford Circus. What?
Juma, can they just go on for me?
Yeah, I just want to correct Juma quickly. Juma, Boris in video inside that Asian shop was before he was president.
When he was a mayor, right?
Yes.
Correct.
You know, and when I be mayor, because Usai the work, I the work right next to Usai in office bindi. So usually we dey see him on a bike. You know, then we call him Boris bike, then ten. So if you tell it don't ride past me when I be mayor. You know, as I say, as a president inside the country, I should say Boris safe. He's a bit scatterbrained that he go waka na Oxford Circus one day safe. But again, if that's the case, Mada or President Bio can go waka inside Abacha, you say.
Yeah.
You know, Pashaki be need one. You know, be the waka, but be the drive within, you know, much security not been there around. It is stop, it is talk to people them, it is unbug people and they unbug them. You know, but as a visiting president, as I say earlier on, if you go visit other country, because of the security, because if anything happen to you inside that country, the country we go visit a problem for them. So I wonder why Sierra Leone president ka UK and they not give them proper escort and proper security.
One of the reasons might be he's not on official duties. That's one.
Still.
So if he come on a private visit, then if I provide himself your own security apparatus. Because the country where they come in, not to them possibly invite them for come. When you're coming on official duties, yes, they will provide you security. Because if you watch, most times where president in Canada and country they are so on official duties during the Anescoma government, he has special securities apart from your own security that we can get. That I have seen several times. But me on concern at the fact say, the president can come London. I agree. But you respect self for like you feel proud, say you bump into your president na convent garden. Usa yourself they go shop. No disrespect, but there should be some amount of respect behind him. Not so like an ordinary shopper, because he's the president of Sierra Leone anyway. If you show up in a community where I was working, let's take an example. Coming to America, Eddie Murphy was a prince. Yes? He go now.
They go. Yeah.
Well, was a prince. Then he go buy KFC. And in people that we come up from in kingdom, Siam, you see the expression of that particular individual towards Eddie Murphy. It creates an audience straight away. Who is he? Why are you honoring him like that? So now you say, for example, like I bumped into my president na Covent Garden. Will I have the same kind of expression? That's questionable now.
You don't get a party card.
So to me, the value of the seat only gets value with this salon. Yeah. But out of Sierra Leone, are you saying it means nothing? Are you saying it really means nothing? For make you get you the president and Keketoma like a boy.
No, not to Keketoma. Nana, the other guy. What is his name?
Tommy.
It's Tommy Masako.
Who's Tommy? Tommy Masako, eh?
Yeah. Keketoma short.
That's not Tommy Masako.
Keketoma short. Not Tommy Masako.
That's not Tommy Masako. I know Tommy Masako, man. And I don't know him half. I know him very well as well. For make it tell me see that's not Tommy Masako.
Go watch the photo again. Yes, Femi. Femi. All right, so Femi, it's guy for gathering thoughts together.
To be honest, it's I don't know how possibly other people can see that. Maybe they will laugh at that situation because they fit to say the president is making himself funny for Go.
When the president they work at night, it's like somebody don't late for a shift. Where they go for go doing 2 hours.
They don't confirm to me saying that to me.
Huh?
They don't confirm to me saying that to me.
So you owe me £5.
I don't owe you £5 no bites.
You owe me £5. You owe me £5.
Hey, yeah, some money powerful. Some money can you watch it? Really wasn't understand.
So
I can't call you.
People they say, I'll let people understand we conversation here. There's no problem for the president for go on vacation. There's no problem for the president for go on a private trip. There is no problem for let the president do things we want for do. And they come for me. The issue where we get, you cannot be going on your luxury trip with disaster in your country. Doctor strike is a major issue. Now, big problem for let doctors then down them tools and a president is busy partying. That's what we have a problem with. More so that you're spending taxpayers' money where people they die in a hospital because doctors they're not in it. Yes, Femi, over to you.
So, Juma, it's terrible, it's disgraceful, as Tibo rightly say, he should not be walking the streets of London unattended. Me don't talk say secret services and supposed to provide protection for them. Or, private, if not una send a private visit, then he should hire something. He should not be walking like that. I'm sorry. He's a statesman. Elect a day holiday. He should be treated as one. But the question I get, because then say na holiday come. Me say earlier on, if na holiday come, if I don't spend your money for Candice holiday, not to taxpayer money for don't use. And the reason why I dey pin for that day, because sometimes I don't know, sometimes my name not fit, sometimes they not call me. But I beg una remind me who say it's almost here we don't get this president for now. Juma?
4 years.
4 years plus.
Plus, yeah.
4 years plus. This man come on at the UK. So don't talk about other country. In the UK, how many times has our president, the president of Sierra Leone, come, can address, can invite we Sierra Leoneans them to a meeting and can tell we what's waiting to happen now we country. We don't see long can several attend them. Each day come now for SLPP dance or waiting JMB dance or this other dance with we money.
Femi.
With we money. Hold on, T-boy. So I beg sometimes they not invite me. So sometimes T-boy I beg now for tell we or tell me or make family where they listen. Then tell me the date when we president can at this country and can address the people of Sierra Leone. Not talk about America. Sometimes don't go America. So sometimes Juma yourself radio. But one know the dates where he come out salon can I also with we money for can address with the people of Sierra Leone and tell we waiting happen in our country. And as I say I'm talking about Sierra Leoneans. I'm not talking about Paupa and I'm not talking about SLPP followers. I'm talking about Sierra Leoneans in general. Because he's not the president of Paupa, he's not the president of SLPP, he is the president of Sierra Leone. So he's your president, my president, all of our presidents. So it gets we they pay him a salary. If they collect a salary from taxpayers' money and we deserve for get an audience with him. But yet, now a fraction of people them no more than they seem for be, and now with the country in money. Not only the fraction of people in money, now the country money.
Femi, for answer your question, yes, the president was here on the 29th July 2022 for talk to Sierra Leoneans then. Because in West we don't tell you say a true Sierra Leonean.
It's like one with me as well. Sorry.
Then they tell you a true Sierra Leonean. Now the Sierra Leonean will support SLPP. How much you want me to say that would? And the president on visit this country on several occasions. The time we get the fire disaster back again at Salone, even come for talk to Sierra Leoneans. So how many times do we need to be told the same thing over and over? We too lack reputation. That's our problem. So to be very honest to you, Femi, I hear your concern, but maybe you need for John go on the other side of a true Sierra Leonean. Then the president can agree.
Anybody when I SLPP na a true Sierra Leonean right now.
Ah, well, you see what you mean?
Anybody when I SLPP na a true Sierra Leonean right now.
Repeat that again.
Oops, sorry.
Right now. We believe anybody when I SLPP na a true Sierra Leonean right now.
So Femi, you got for jump for like you become a true Sierra Leonean because for now you are not a true Sierra Leonean and the president again nothing for talk to you about. So try switch.
A big pardon.
Anyway,
I know that again.
You get at me. You want to say get at you get at me because I want like. Did I saw a different flyer from the one way you see until you count that caveat? Anyway, that's a good one. They say what not a rot. Femi, not the word that you are not a true Sierra Leonean. That's why you are not invited.
Thank you. That's the point. And until you become a true Sierra Leonean, and you can for declare you particular bag like we see say you have been registered as a true Sierra Leonean.
Yeah. Wow.
So Jumalo move.
Anyway, Famulem. So we doctors then still there on strike because then we don't cut them COVID risk allowance and fuel. And also with the fuel thing, them use for give the doctors them the money. But then now then say that they give them, how you call it, fuel cheats, like a voucher. The doctors then say, no, we don't want voucher. So the stalemate right now, outside and day, government don't agree for reinstate the risk allowance, but from now to December. And the doctors then they say, we get backlogs of risk allowance who will not be done, so I need forgive it. And the reason why I make that is important, Femi and T-Boy, we know how things operate in Sierra Leone. For say them be don't cut and fail or somebody else be done, they take that money there and report to the funding agencies, then say we still they give doctors their risk allowance or the medical health practitioners them risk allowance, because that's another question. We will not be cut that allowance. The money where they will not be allocated for that. Waiting on I use them for. Wanna be used them for something else? We would like to know. If we not be used them for something else, why? Now because we not be get the funds. Because we see recently, Ministry of Finance go na Parliament for supplementary budget. Means say the budget will then be approved for them, then don't them, then go ask for more money. So that's what we want to know. Whether if we don't cut that risk allowance day, we divert the funds to something else, or na money will not be the get, or would that be the sign for them? And again, if una been cut and because una not be they get money, usa una get additional funds for reinstate the allowance. Usa una get the funds for reinstate the allowance because una must don't go cut others. Usa una cut we want for no. You just don't start playing with people. People ask questions and it's our responsibility. Mr. Financial Secretary, you say una believe in transparency and accountability. We just want answers to this question. We're not saying you are right or wrong, but we will just want answers. Yes, Femi.
But Juma, why did they leave it so long? If they realize say a mistake has been made, why they left on so long? This is what annoys me about Sierra Leone. Let's be serious. We all make mistakes. Don't assume say they made a mistake here, and they don't realize the mistake. Why they left am so long for deal with am? Last minute. Then they're surprised say the strike still gone. It's really poor management. It's really poor management. You don't see the problem, you don't hear the problem, you do nothing but you think say the problem will just go away? You think say you can just sweep under the carpet? Really? It's poor, it's very, very poor management. The people that we they gone with country honestly couldn't run. Make a noise the adjective I use.
Right, Olande. So that's Femi. But I want for just one thing where I want for see. I saw pictures recently where I see the Ministry of Health gets buses them for go around the country for do mobile clinics. You know, it's a welcome idea. You know, it's a good thing. We commend them for that. But again, the question remains. You launch this health clinic, you get the buses out there. Where are the doctors? Where are the health practitioners that will be, you know, providing the service that is needed? The bus then fancy, then get everything. That's one. Secondly, it is not sustainable. It does not solve the problem in the country. Because if you get mobile clinic, then go diagnose somebody who said in the can go. A hospital.
Juma, the health clinic is a waste of time. You are in it, so mobile health clinic is a waste of time, waste of resources, is funding that is going to what you possibly will not want. Because at the end of the day, you tell me why you go do mobile clinic where you can't even fix one. Okay, say then they use how many buses? 15, 20? Why can't you just reduce those 15 and 20 buses and be maybe 5 clinics in the local communities and the
well, again, like I say, before a bond lay wet.
No, make it waste. The buses then they go everywhere. The buses then get road for going that the suburbs they will not get access to roads.
Somebody been a complaint but to go there we get portolo.
Can you imagine? How you go take bus to you take bus?
Who that Femi? Who that be the complaint about who?
Call him now and get plaba Juma left. But T-Boy writes, you know, really, Boston not able to reach certain areas, yeah? It's as I say, if you want to pay me as a doctor $500 for months, no problem. As long as the one country they do similar. You know, in every post, let we all suffer short term because of long term gain. You know, then we can talk to the doctor and say, "Una not try, una no say we all depend this wala so let beer." But who says some money they enjoy, then they over enjoy, then they over enjoy, then the doctor them, now then they struggle, then that is not right. You know, these bosses is rubbish. You know, PCMH when I did some of we born, you go PCMH right now, you they cry. No matter what they say, I guess on party the way they can make noise na me say, oh, you no don't go salon, you no understand. Me no don't go salon. Yes, I'm with no. Then they feel to say, where we go now, we no more now African no more we dey go sit down. Me not only can we say they go salon African and they go deal. You know, we know what happens in country. Some of them, I don't visit Connaught Hospital more times than some of them within a government. We tap inside salon, they go inside Connaught. And not so people like they go fail. I don't go around the country. I don't go now hospital them around the country for go work. So I know what I'm talking about.
People like they fail to understand few things. There's some things in the way they argue or what they discuss or what they make mention of. We have lived with all these examples. Not a strange thing to be. So not something where you just go make up. We're not making up stories. I like another go salon for 5 years. I go tell you, say, last week I sent a representative, we go visit Connaught. We go Nakuto Road. We go Duff Court. And I am not using hearsay evidence. Film, take me pictures. I want ABCD. I know exactly what is happening there. Not an accident. But sometimes in there, we just get to understand one thing. We have certain resources that are not necessary in Sierra Leone. Don't implement it. because it not gonna make sense. Now just face value for say the Ministry of Health they work. You go create busing system there for do mobile clinic. What do you want for those mobile clinic? How long did it last for? That mobile clinic, they get for get driver first for drive the bus. The bus get for the good condition. You get for fuel the bus. If you use that money, no more way to go parent key resources and you get for marriage and you build one small clinic.
You get for fix the pothole.
7 or 10.
You get for fix the pothole them on the road.
Can you imagine that's back again? Now look who say you want for take that bus, they go down bay. How they reach there?
And you know, you saying that, somebody just sent me a message where I think say, we owe now this platform where we don't do a program about something we don't bring to attention a long time ago related to health. And I think when they discussed this is high time we mention that where you get communities like you just stated. If you get a bus, we don't spend. Possibly that bus did the budget for putting together is about £100,000, $100,000 or more, because it's a custom-made bus.
It's a custom-made bus.
Custom-made bus for that.
It's a medical bus.
Yeah. So we want to know that and they be in that bus. They would then get the contract, who is doing what, and all of those. So if you have a hospital, a health center with an left, a whole health center, I wish this, person we can give an opportunity for call relay share with me. Must give me a thumbs up if you mind for call and just share with reviewers them a little bit. Then subsequently we'll do a program on this. But you get a whole, if you see the pictures, Tibo and Femi, it's sad to look at. Bed noddy, because that's what I will say. You get chair mattress, you get iron bed them. The place will be like an abandoned goat house. We're supposed to be a community center, and it used to be one maybe the serve community. But now nobody knows it. They don't even get a qualified CHO at the place. But if you can spend money like the guys in the state now, so you spend money for equip them bus, but you get a whole community. We need that service every day, not for 2 days. Even sometimes that particular community, the bus not there for each day. It is sad. It is sad. But I think we owe this, call we on +1 614 551 8694 and share with we quickly, before we jump to the other topic. I know we don't owe you a long time because we don't pass 6 months with this, we regular via they tell you about this clinic. Tibo, yes, for me.
Juma, I think saying gentleman, eh?
Yes.
He meets me in London, business a few months ago, and yes, rightly so. And he reached out to me last week back. I tell and say we go work on him. But Abuan says something, Juma. You talk about community clinics, not to just community clinics. Me brother, as I say, I walked around. I think say over the space of 4 or 5 days. We it passed. Me, Musa, and a couple of other guys. We went from hospital to hospital in the provinces. Juma hospital and they will not get bid. If you see mattress, they will see. The sad thing is we were working in collaboration with another agency when that then gets the material. So we know we contracted not for show. We signed a non-disclosure agreement, so we can't show till we see. But Juma, the hospitals were terrible. We interviewed doctors them. The doctor tell me plain, say, better no day. They no get drugs, they no get bandages, they no get syringes. Literally, Sierra Leone, I wonder really and truly how the doctor has so they manage do miracles for April people them at the country. Then we try now for the 2-3 them where they actually look after we people them. I really wonder almost doctor that we get. Because Tibo been the seat they will not be get doctor there. So now we get doctor. Tibo and I see this say because me I wonder almost for the 7.something million people are with this salon, how many doctors do we have? Because when they say person sick bad, then they ready for fly and go over. You know, we get now what Egyptian hospital we don't open, we they do certain work them. But guess what? You know, so much money is being poured into Sierra Leone, into the medical thing in Sierra Leone from the entire of the world. What's happened to them money then they? You know, we government really and truly supposed for be more responsible in the way then they deal with certain things in our country, especially things like this.
And thank you so much, Femi. We call it on call, but before I bring and come in, like you talk about so much money. The departments them or ministries where they get the most funding in Sierra Leone, I'll tell you this: Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education, and Ministry of Agriculture. The most where they attract outside funding.
And social welfare.
No. Social welfare they not get.
Would I tell you so?
I'll tell you that they don't get that much. I'll tell you.
Social welfare first now. All the NGOs there in our salon they support social welfare.
No, it is very minimal. I tell you that because very minimal. What comes into social welfare is no. At the time for talk about, you know, in terms of percentage, the funds where they go into Ministry of Health is 20 times.
I agree. I know you talk about
now they tell you so 20.
But social welfare self they get enough.
If you tell me say then they get money where they eat na social welfare, but not much funding goes there. And most of the funds where they go, they actually now on materials, not actual physical cash that goes there. Technical and material.
I disagree with that.
No, me they tell you because I worked with social welfare for a long time.
That was 20 years ago.
Okay, nothing has changed.
Currently, the social welfare within our salon is being sponsored and looked after by all international NGOs.
No.
Activities doing
social welfare government budget first. Social welfare, they get even up to 2% of government.
And then they deny you. Now make us say not government funding, but international agencies are the ones responsible for social welfare. Please.
You cannot
get money by bag.
No, you cannot compare with.
And then they make the comparison. No,
the highest. Health.
No, I'm not making comparison with health, education, and agriculture. No, I am not making such comparison. I agree to you say yes. Those are the three major ministries where they get enough budget from the government. Agreed.
Not to government. I talk about international.
Both government and international. I agree.
Right.
But I agree. But also, social welfare is also generating enough funding from international agencies then where they pour money into all their activities. That's how we think for sure.
We'll leave that for another day. That'll be a discussion for another day. But we'll get this with caller. I will let Claire introduce himself. Please share with me. Hello, sir.
Yes, good evening to you, and I think is it late over there? I think Brother Juma, Brother Femi, and Brother T-Boy. Good evening and blessings to now on our family. Them, my name is Abdul, and currently they're in London, sir. Thank you for inviting me. I can't speak on your program.
Thank you so much, and we want to apologize because you don't day and for your patients over 6 months. We're not able to forget you for the program, and we promise you we'll get for do a dedicated program. But since we discussed the doctor's strike and relating to the health issues, we want to share with you, and we don't talk about this mobile clinic where Femi and T-Boy feel say that funds would have been utilized better for support community clinics.
Yes. So again, una be a different agenda to team you want to talk to. I just say okay, la just la can bog but Juma la bog and today, and then thank God you answer to me call. Yes, the money we then put towards the mobile clinic day, it's open for debate, Brother Juma. T-Boy and Femi, it's open for debate, and I'm not going to answer that and say I know I'm focused too much on that because me gets about 15,000 people.
Okay.
We didn't need that service day.
Now the community where you talk about.
Yes, sir. You understand? I get them people in for think bots, and I know say then community there mobile clinic bus, then they not go reach there. You see? So as much as I know I'm focused by that side, and go find for me then say, okay, we'll go inside that today. But no good one. You understand? Because one, the road no good set for we side those mobile clinic then. So the more we talk, the more the problem will extend to other fractures them, and we'll not get that template today. Just one kind of more small more thing on our schedule before for cancer, but but yes, the mobile clinic then some go say yes, it's necessary, some go say, well, why now? Some go say, but within the doctors in the past like and on a depart, you understand? So people are gonna ask, who's on a focus day? Who's on a focus day? Because some of them people know then they party strike, or then they party mobile clinic, then go they ask and call it then, hey, but I know one can also, but the park called me say I can't work. And also not the strike, because some of these people have to compromise, with their own colleagues for make sure so they don't go work at the mobile clinic. You see, they're not going to they don't go and join and colleague them at the strike. So you see.
So that your community where you talk about now, Usai force day and you save the buses, they're not going to reach there, but you get about 15,000 people left. And tell about that health clinic there. At least let people understand the gravity, because they say Femi in Africa, no way they talk, what's in the happen up country. And you didn't talk about what's in the happen up country.
Me, T-Boy, and Femi, and also with the travel, we don't kiss one place. Then I can show you. I don't know about what I do, I don't want to put you under the bus, but I know so Femi they travel. I know say but T-Boy they travel, and we not like for sit on our place. They'll band out there, so they for people they know more. And I can and firstly I want to tell Femi thank you, and but T-Boy thank you for the work that they do community wise. I really want to thank you guys for everything you're doing. That's from the bottom of my heart. And God continue to bless you guys and your families. The community hospital in there that the north of Sierra Leone, that will be Tonkolili district. Now one chiefdom headquarters in the call Mamanso Sanka. So now they the community hospital. That hospital then be open I don't say them be open the late blessed JS Momoud, late president, now be open the hospital and be left free tongue in kind open the hospital. So and me papa be first take up that project now be foundation. I know more be there. When I mean foundation, literally a foundation. So now Papa utilize in community, in Fambul, and people at the community at that time. Now them get together. Then make sure so then put that community hospital there together. And so now certain people from government, imagine certain people from government and say important feet for make sure they put more money into that community hospital, because they're not saying very necessary at that particular time. So the government self come, I repeat, the government come and involve, and they help for build the hospital, then utilize them properly, then make them find and get some at that time, because maybe small and ten they at that time they then get the Irish I think Irish ambassador at that time. This was 1991. You understand? No, 1990. So I think they have the Irish ambassador. Themselves and be involved by then kind of that project, then the main people are the governments been thought and pits and necessary for that community hospital for develop. You understand? So fast forward to Saudi now. You talk about they not get CHO. Yes, the CHO then they can't go. They not get stationary CHO. You understand? They can't go. Then get one midwife who did it. I don't know if he did it or they don't replace them. You understand? But because of the way the community hospital they professional people and no one sit down there. You understand? They no one sit down there because in a small community at that time, but now the population done almost 20,000. So if people not get a community hospital for use, that means they get for go Maboka or they go for go Mashingbi. Mashingbi said the hospital, the government hospital, they are not well equipped. So they get for go all the way to Maboka. So if they left small village now for go Mashingbi Maboka, that means say the money you get now for go spend by your person when or well, they get for use them for transport. They get for spend some of that money they for buy food. They get for go, put money in our doctor or nurse for make sure they see a person. But if they utilize this small community hospital and they take the strain away from poor people, then you see now the whole purpose is, and at that time if I think back maybe if I correct to the figures then. They tell them they open our community hospital, the population be small. So we talk 1990. You understand? So now we talk 2022. So you can just imagine how the population don't quadruple at that time to now, from that time to now. So, and maybe this not a secret talk. I don't go on national television then for talk about this community hospital, you know, and at the quotes, the Minister of Health, Lamrana play the same video I be sending and play the same video for on a national television. And I quote exactly what the minister said, and say, and go make effort for go see the place. And go make effort for go see the place. Take it not step there.
How long ago was that?
Last year.
Last year, okay. Yeah, Femi will ask you a question.
No, nobody asking question. Make it done. I want add to it this.
Okay, all right.
I want add to it this because you talk about last year. We get similar. I get similar thing of this year. We'll make it talk done.
All right, continue. Abdul. Hello, Abdul.
Okay. I just the phone that cost small. Okay. When I say last year, they give this precise dates. The dates where the minister be going at AYV now be the 9th of September, Thursday, 2021. The 9th of September, Thursday, 2021. Yeah. 9 the minister be going na AYV. 9 Guadalama be play the video for him. 9 he say he will make the effort for Go Dae. You understand? And from that time, then I even talk with I don't know if he's still the personal assistant or one of the personal assistants to the Minister of Health, when I name Lorenzo, I think my name, you know, instead of begin to tell me, and I say, okay, Lord, go before. Fast forward now, the minister come back na AYV because it gets sense. Whenever in the Canada television, they need to bring guests for can challenge routine they say. And one they come. I don't know if I don't notice that whenever in the Canada television, and one they kind of cows in fine American accents and talk fine, very, you know, I would expect them because of the accolade when he gets as, you know, outside ministerial position. But since he don't become a politician now, and credibility don't begin to slowly decline. I'm very careful with my words, you know. And so I be message Guadalama again, but not be go too deep into the conversation. But the minister cannot television, he can't begin to talk, say, if, keep in mind now what I don't talk about me advocacy. The minister cannot television, this is not the second time now in Canada AYB, I think not this year, and say, if somebody want for help in your community hospital, them, as in community hospital, that the paramount chief, and I'm quoting here, paramount chief, civil society, ordinary people, them, now then for advocates for the community hospital. Okay, hold on. Well, that's what I've been doing for the past year. That's exactly what I've been doing for the past year. But like what Femi say, and see me, name not fit. Don't say because my name not fit. You understand? I make some tell and not give me attention. But they're missing the point because in don't contact na television they talk about Magboruka is one of the finest and cleanest hospital in Sierra Leone. Okay. But at the same Magboruka hospital, people are going for travel at least 45 minutes to an hour for council. Would enough for even go to do that day because if they're in that small community hospital, they utilize the hospital and put on to the full use and go minimize Magboruka, the constitution they go there.
So Abdul, let me ask you a question. If you close UI, because remember I asked you that question there. If T-Boy decide forget that all in savings, in retirement money, and say one for go help the hospital, for argument's sake, how much money you need in pounds for bringing the hospital up to standard, to function and standard for their benefit people?
95,050 pounds.
95,050 pounds.
I'm not making a joke here.
Just 1,000 pounds more than waiting the president's request for in vacation. 95,050 pounds will bring the hospital, the community hospital in that place in Magboruka, where go benefit 20,000 people. 95,050 pounds. T-Boy and Femi, hold on there, Abdul. I want you to comment first before Abdul continue.
I don't say Femi will say something, but I can't quick before Femi talk because Femi in a different story or the same story, but
No, I don't let me bring this to it. I want to comment on this, the figure.
95,050 pounds. Well, Abdul not still beat the threshold yet, so yes, we go approve that money for sure.
So you go approve them, right?
Yes, I approve them.
Okay, yes, Femi.
From the embassy, it's in a London all day. From the UK embassy, we will go meet them. Tell us who's for 195,050 pounds.
50 pounds for go build a community center. We go benefit 20,000 people. Huh?
Well, Abdul, to be very honest to you, let's put it in writing. Take them to the High Commissioner and tell and say we want to make you fend for with 95,050 pounds.
50 pounds. And see why they make sure say where they go document.
They go record them.
They go record and video them.
Look to that. Because again, if we they make comparison with the amount of money we the president need for fund, we will make equal comparison with the amount of money we a community need for save life.
Yes. Femi, continue. Yes. All right. Femi, it's time for just hold on, Abdul. Hold on.
I know how to get to.
All right, Femi. Yes, Femi.
So Juma, well, let me talk earlier on. Say priorities are wrong. You know, let's be serious. 94,050 pounds.
Yes.
For can enjoy.
No, yes.
For can enjoy. For can party with the so-called, as T-Boy say, true Sierra Leoneans. Yeah. But you not get 95,050 pounds for putting inside hospital we go benefit 20,000 people. It's disgraceful. It's absolutely disgraceful. And I make us see, if we all they suffer, let we know say the country poor, we try to do certain things them, and for the next 3 years, we all suffer. But you're not going to take that same money we go benefit 20,000 people there for can enjoy for 1 month.
1 week, go 1 month.
No. He usually can call it this time of the year and he can do past 1 week.
All right. Now this one are the first amount with the first chunk with the request.
Well, from what me hear, they may not get money for cam.
Yeah.
Because Tibo Usain rich or Tibo Nike no.
I don't know, Daniel. I don't know.
So then, I think see them wait a year. Then see them don't come. They may not get the money for travel and all thing and don't come. I think say sometimes money run short. So this na bunya na then get for approach the High Commissioner himself go ask for more money for make them disburse with immediate effect.
Yeah. So not so like them they don't come, but always they don't get money because then they make. And I make I tell you say when the president travel in tickets, everything, per diem, impressed, and every other thing, than the regular. This one emergency fund they request. So not to like say we don't come, if they about for come already, they don't request additional. I make to say now I make Chernobyl in article say na secret. You know, so then they double dip, triple dip for the same thing. That's exactly. So 94,050 pounds extra, but Abdul need in community for benefits 20,000 people need 95,050 pounds. Abdul, continue.
Yeah, sorry. When I say community, this is a chiefdom, by the way.
Right.
You know, I just use the word community no more because of the community hospital, just to put into bracket. No, so we are talking about a chiefdom here. You know, this is a brand new chiefdom because not only last year the local local authority ministries or something like that and give you a paramount chief. You understand? So we still live on call right now, you know, and that then kind of thing as we said when government for say, you know, this is a new chiefdom. Logo by you there, logo welcome there, logo give them something for the paramount chief at least then self can see say yes, development stay for them on the pipeline, you know. And so this is not a community. This is a bigger chiefdom. You know, close to 22,000 people. You know, but then again, the question comes into the census and the statistics Sierra. So it gets deeper the more we go into this conversation. You know, and but for me not council for attack no government or personality. You know, I just want for highlight what the minister don't say. You know, and I make the quote and dates them. We don't go on television. We don't say anything. You know, And I advocate for the hospital, the community hospital. Now, I mean, only thing, you know. But me no say no go reach there because I know say from last year September we don't promise say go there, you know, go there stay today. You understand? But you didn't tell you get parade, you know, mobile bus them, mobile clinic bus them. Fine, well and good. But how many village and people, you know, they bus them they really get for go, you know? How much place they get for go at this season will depend. You see? So we therefore be very careful how we try to push the narrative before about mobile clinic at the same time. £94,000 has been spent somewhere in a private function, and at the same time we're talking about doctors and nurses going on strike. You see, so again, like we, you know, Brother Femi said, the priorities are not really in place. But you know.
All right. Well, the one way there, I hope so that they listen. Abdul, like I say, we still owe you and your community and the chiefdom a program specifically where we will therefore show some of those videos and pictures, let people understand right now the state of that community hospital, based on the pictures, is only reserved for horror movies.
No, I mean, we're not making this up.
No, that's what I say. I say it's only reserved based on what you send me. I make us we'll get for Fentem where we did do them and show some of those things. But T-Boy don't open another opportunity for you, say, for continue the advocacy to do a letter to the High Commission, you understand? And Ingo accompany you at a point where all go agree on for go document that anxiety so that they still go help with case with the when will they do the program. Okay?
Yeah, sorry. The High Commissioner is the same person, you know, replace it, the same person from where they in kind.
Well, I don't know it's whether not the same person because some changes them be done they happen.
The middle-aged man around 60 to 70, 60, 70 years old. Man.
Professor Mani.
Yeah. Well, if that guy didn't look a stranger to me, you know, as time goes by, we'll talk privately. It's no stranger to me. You see, don't suppose say people and they listen to me. They say, but again, like brother Femi said, priorities. You understand? Priorities.
Abdul, you make mention of something earlier on where you say you know how for hold anybody to task. I think is your right as a citizen of Sierra Leone.
Exactly.
For all the ministers.
You don't have to be apologetic for.
That's nothing you should be apologetic for. And what make I say so? For make I say let's take the request to the embassy because the embassy is supposed to be one of the coordinating factor for development in Sierra Leone from the diaspora, especially in the UK. Yeah. So if they cannot facilitate that, let them show you whose side we go able for go, we then go able for facilitate that for you. Because their role in the UK, now for bridge, now for close the gap, for mend bridges, for accept and disagree, and for make sure say whatever we need for do within the UK, if we along with better, we'll go through them. That's the mandate of why they're here.
They can facilitate.
We should start giving them some of these responsibilities because they are not doing anything for us as Sierra Leoneans in the diaspora. Let them start working for us. Yeah. Because the America say so.
Yes.
If we go to the embassy with an official letter to say, this is what we want, how can you facilitate this for us? I will categorically tell you, say, they will tell you the same thing, say, we'll not get money. I want to make one small example to what's in at the highlights so, and what's in at the incident will happen where they give the president 94,050 pounds. I went to Morocco. I requested the embassy's support or help. I did it like 2 weeks before I go to Morocco. I go to the email and website. I send them an official email. For example, if I've been really stranded in Morocco and need the embassy help, which I really did at that first few days where I go to Morocco, Arab country for the first time, nobody attended to me. Before that, they sent me a text message. The High Commissioner sent me a text message, like for say, me can Morocco for can holiday. I'm like, I'm not here to holiday. If I can't for can go holiday, I do I'm on me. I don't even need your service, but I'm here to work and I'm representing my country. That's why I'm here. So I need you to provide me. Anybody or any member of your staff, really just give me 2 hours of in time. make able for do shopping around and get myself to be familiar with some of the things that what they do. And that's it. Say I commodity. I not see nobody with me. So if I was going to Strand, I did die. They don't care. But guess what? At that same period, there were ministers who were in Morocco, Marrakesh, and few more places. For what purpose, I don't know. They were running around them like crazy, but they cannot provide me 2 hours.
You should say no say container been there with
I don't know what's in them, but that's their problem. But I'm just creating this kind of scenario so people don't understand. Say, if the High Commissioner can't afford for give me 2 hours of the embassy's time in Morocco, it is very serious. So basically, what I'm saying now is, look, we they make sure say them people are so we give them the task of what they're supposed to do, because in the complaints when they approach them. Now I deliberately send them an email, chase the High Commissioner number, send them messages before ever he respond to me. Now where I tell them, say, I am here and I've been here and I am stranded. I have to change my hotel. I need somebody to come and help me with few hours. Now they say I'm making no say, I don't care for camp play. I'm here on an official duty. Now they say it's able for pick phone and send me message. And the message where he sent me back again was an insult. And then I replied to the insult again. Now the time somebody from the embassy able for calling me and say, is this Mr. Dugba? I say, yes, this is Mr. Dugba speaking. Oh, now XYZZZ, now Insai for reach out to you. You need help. I said, of course I need help. And besides, I'm not here for fun. So I still need my 2 hours that I requested for. And I didn't get it.
All right.
So let me approach them and give them the responsibility and tell them, say, we need 95,050 pounds.
50 pounds, yeah.
But make sure, say, we put that hospital to what we want. Make them tell you now about it, they're not getting it.
All right. Thanks, T-Boy. Yes, Femi, you want to say something before I left Abdul for go?
Yeah, I'm just want to say thank you to Abdul. Abdul just don't solidify the point I've been making earlier. We are talking, say, we don't approach the embassy on several occasions for money, and then they tell we say they not get them. You know, and I bet you anything when Abdul and T-Boy go to embassy or at the High Commission, they will get any same thing because their priorities are wrong. They go spend all their money they need, all kind of dida. The serious thing with them for they spend their money they need pan, they don't. Them bosses they assume, I'm sorry, that's short-term gain. If they take that same money they then put them into developing hospitals, then sending go begin go places.
Thank you so much, Femi. Abdul, thank you so much. Like I say, we'll get for revisit this again and give you a full program on this, yeah?
Much I appreciate it, guys.
All right, thank you. Have a good evening. Well, Fambulem. Yes, Femi.
Don't forget me, Abu, add to Abdul in talk.
Yeah, go ahead. Add to it, Abdul, and see. We cannot let him go now. Go ahead.
So, yeah, so Juma, Abdul said September last year, not so?
Yeah, September, yeah.
January 6, when they call J6 2022. Mark almost the anniversary, boy, of we won a salon. Into 20 years.
No, the 1999.
Since the end of the war.
It's 20 years, isn't
it? So I was in Sierra Leone.
Yeah.
I go na 4 mile. Do you mind sabi 4 mile?
Yeah.
Hospital they near 4 mile. Or whose hospital? What's the nearest hospital to 4 mile?
I should say now somewhere in Waterloo.
Okay. So I went to 4 mile.
Yeah, I don't know if something they inside Songo though, but I know say Waterloo na the
Make I tell you this story. So I go inside 4 mile for go do a program on the amputees them and the wounded people them from the rebel war or civil war, whatever you want to call it, the war. You know, I go with an organization where they do some work. They na the amputee camp. So me and work, as you know, we film, we interview, blah blah blah. So I went to my cameras and we sat down and we spoke to a lot of the amputees them, we survived them, families them, and generally people in the area. Me man, this organization we came Go Dae, they have set up a small clinic. Yeah, they not equip the clinic with the 2-3 things that we able to do. The same clinic they double up as a library. Yeah, because then they work on the next hall where Nainga for be the library and classroom for the teachers they picking them. We spoke to some of the people in the area. Juma, apart from the amputees them and the war wounded them within that camp day, the near vicinity there's so many people that we not get access to hospital. That day the organization will go with bring in doctors and nurses them, some from abroad, some from the UK, some from Freetown, bigger hospitals in Freetown. They drove them down there and then give treatment. They took people and pressured them. They talked to people them. There was a psychologist there. They literally used the day as a day for treatment. If you see people and they come out of everywhere, Juma, because they yearly say nurse and doctor didn't come. Nurse and doctor didn't come at the area. People started coming in their droves. We don't have responsible government. With the effect for make boss we go to a remote area them. We have communities in Sierra Leone where not they see doctor, not they see nurse for God knows how long. Some of them people also not get the facilities them for drive or worker or find transport for go na the nearest hospital. And even if they could, when they reach the nearest hospitals, these hospitals have nothing there. It takes a private person for go set up a small clinic. We're not a money making clinic. Na 4 mile. Na the amputee camp na 4 mile. She set it up. She built it herself. And on that day, she took doctors and nurses with her and then go treat people them. You man, some of the pictures them I can't show them. But waiting the people and tell me run WhatsApp and some of the story them. Sierra Leone is a terrible place, and with people that will holla and gladdy and say salon non better, look Sierra Leone we they pay all salaries on time since we took over. We they do this, we they build roads, we they build well then claim say them build certain roads, we they build bridges them, we they build we they buy, we they bring new ferry then car, all them good things so then claim say then they do. When you and I open our eyes and see the true Sierra Leone, nothing is happening, nothing. And for me, it hurts. And anybody will say, oh, you sit down in England, you sit down in your armchair. I'm not sitting down here. I'm here now. But I'm a regular visitor to Sierra Leone. And in the 4 years, I've visited Sierra Leone several times. And from where then take over till now, we not see non-difference in any sector.
All right. Well, thank you so much for adding that. The story that Boku will continue for add. If Tiboy begin tell you about fishing adventure we take to month. If me tell you about me medical mission, I whole different no come out that. But these are the realities, people of Sierra Leone. But let me ask one of the questions, our viewers, with your right mind. If you have 2 proposals, one for £94,050 to sponsor Tiboy and Femi to go party in the Caribbean, and another proposal for £95,050 for go build a community clinic or hospital or community health center, we go benefit 20,000 plus people, excluding visitors. Which proposal will you fund? Viewers, that's our question for you. We want to learn how they think about how they do this program. Because I find sometimes let we know whether what we are discussing here is just out of malice or out of ignorance. But if you have those two proposals, that's why you go fund. And £95,050 for build a community health center for benefits 20,000 people, or £94,050 where me, Femi, and T-Boy go use for go vacation at the Caribbean. That's your question. That leads us to our next topic. We talk about boundary delimitation. T-Boy, I'm not sure say we caller or we last contributor be aware say we did discuss that. So you already say this night chiefdom, a new place where they don't make, they don't divide. Say yeah, so then get this number of people one for can develop, but don't have anything absolutely. Now we are eager, in as much as the laws don't say the timing is wrong. One, like T-Boy said, the midterm census is illegal, but not just that. Let's say if it is, but when I say provisional data, so it's not an accurate one, but when I still want for user for go create new communities, new chiefdoms, new constituencies for elections. What's your comment on that?
This particular one, like how Abdul say, now last year they established, right? And if you look at the reason why you create new communities or new constituencies within Sierra Leone, now because one is overcrowded, so the facilities they're waiting at that particular one, you're not able to serve the entire population, so they make them equal for make the other sub-regions, they're waiting until the interiors, we're able to get their own access to medical treatments or healthcare, proper infrastructure, basically. So the elements of creating new communities is to balance the responsibility of the health, or is to balance the responsibilities of the developmental structures then that have communities there. So meaning, if you get 10,000 people and you only get 2 clinics, you know enough. So basically, you just split them. So that 2 clinics, they already don't exist for the 10,000. So we split them to 2. It means the other community where they get 5,000, they say go get access for get 2 clinics. So you don't get 4 clinics now instead automatically. So it's about creating developmental structures we will be able to serve the community purpose. That is the essence. That is what I know for people who study economic or developmental stuff. Then I have to see them go for create those new communities for aid and benefits. But in real case, like how Abdul say, that community don't grow over the years from 1990 and 1991 to now. Roughly about 22,000, as he says. They only get 1 healthcare center.
Non-functioning.
Well, last year they get 1 healthcare center. Forget about the function first.
Okay.
Because that one day we didn't get. Oh no, I got problem. No.
Because with the picture they want to see, me go to me puss. If I get where I know make like go to puss. Not to Mortimer, I said go to puss.
If you have a healthcare system that has a structure, 4 walls and a roof, now 1 point that.
No, the roof not complete.
Hey, Juma.
The domots they're not a lock. Bed not.
So basically,
water not there.
Water not there.
Well, if water not there, I go call on the hospital.
Thank you. That the question I never asked.
Thank you. And the CHO Nakami can come from time to time. The midwife self Nakami can come from time to time.
So now, do we need to find a new name to identify these structures instead of us calling them hospitals?
No, look, carry on, number. Just to help, but let's go with what you define right now. That it's there on paper.
What I say for says that one structure there, we're supposed to be a medical center, not even fit the purpose of the community where it's supposed to serve. Now we government want for break communities then because of the census reports we say the communities have grown to the marginal point that they're able to split them, forget 2 different constituencies. But doing so, they don't tell you what's in the structure the way they put in place for create them 2 communities there, so we will make them sufficient enough for serve independently in their own different capacities. For example, if they say then they build new housing facilities them in the diaspora, for example, London or Saudi, they want to build new housing communities then. And then now then they look at, okay, what thing we need for bringing calm now this community where they not go struggle. Basically everything, from shopping centers to small scale business stores, clinics, to pharmacies, to sports centers, to leisure centers, to playground for kids, a lot, markets, places. But they make sure say they bring everything we're supposed to exist in that first community before they come for set up this new community. That's now what's in them called development planning. Because we just do development and planning, not the
So now not be planned before now they do the development. I make the development, not the.
Thank you. We not even plan before we begin to do the development.
So the development not the reach.
Development never complete. So for come to your question, creating new communities will not be sustainable for the development.
Yeah.
Not planning.
Let alone talk about development. Yeah.
That's the problem. So now the purpose of this is either 2. 1, political gains in terms of numbers. We all know say politics is about numbers. 2, parliamentary structures will go possibly give you more access to more parliamentarians than for representation. But if they don't create one last year, where they don't give assigned to a new chief, so basically they've created a chiefdom.
Yeah, new chiefdom, yeah.
That chiefdom where they create, they can't meet this existing structure they will get developed without planning on. He done there already.
Yeah.
Done there already. So now, what thing they don't bring come now for add to this one?
For allotment.
The minister they say the people away they not in community, not in for help for develop that community. They now they set up the community for make it be an entity on its own.
Thank you.
So whose kind of responsibility where the government they lay on them? We know to then set up the structures for get a community on their own. So what's in the chief in Yonde? Who's the chief for go pull money? Because what's in the happen? So you create new communities, it means you have to put in new budget. Do we have that budget?
People late you get people late and a free tongue. People late and a free tongue, another reach banda.
Exactly. So because we don't create a new community there, you don't create a new administrative wing. That community, you're able to create budgets for their salaries, you're able to create budgets for the new town council, for the new city council, for the new taxpayers sector. You go for create an NIA office back there because people they pay tax. So you're basically creating a new establishment with a new administrative structure. Forget about the development side of things first. So how are they thinking? Are they thinking positive or just thinking because they feel like thinking? I think what's in me they see say they happen at this particular government, people are just doing what they think they believe in, and that's it. They don't care what's in the people and willing to go do them also to think. I don't care what you think. We get sense faster. Both school will go. That's the whole idea. Because if you really feel say you need for collaborate within your community, because if you don't have no collaboration within your community is not going to be successful because everybody will be doing whatever they think they like. So how can you defend a community like that? So creating more communities by creating boundaries, we go create new chiefdom, new constituency, new all that crap. What are the provisions for that? They don't tell you what you need to do. How they go create employment for that new community there? How they go create health facilities? How they go create development structure for that new community there? Because we see some of the issues that will happen where the Anescoma government creates 2 or 3 constituencies. When you go there,
districts,
you see the differences in what's in, so then create the communities and then try. They don't do all, but at least then try for bring some new developmental structure, because now that the people they cry for. Ude aso, uboku, unebu fogo, Kabbalah, unebu fogo, Makeni, unebu fogo, but local fogo take treatment because we not get this, we not get that. Okay, well now that we can create a new community, a new
Falaba.
We make sure so get all things. Where you go Falaba is the different Falaba from the first Falaba we've been in Kabbalah.
And you even see the road network that will lead you from there to there.
It's not the same anymore because they try and put in some amount of developmental structure for make Falaba become sustainable on its own. So why will Falaba not be sustainable and then create a new community, which means then they come back na Kabbalah where they rely on for everything.
Exactly.
It's not new anymore. It's not new anymore. So the boundaries, creation of new constituencies can only work for me if it gets developmental advantage. But if it doesn't, it's useless. Because it will happen, say, Una win the next election on the grounds of voting they happen. So how are you going to develop that particular area? And let's not forget, I can always talk on the blueprints where they accept. So that blueprint they'll get for good for the next 20, 30, 40 years old. It will not change. So look, we make sure say the blueprints the way they accept right now, we'll be able to maintain the structures of those blueprints. Because if things are happening the way they are happening and nobody says nothing, everybody keep their mouth shut, not so many constituency, then they go split for make another new constituency, then go deal with the problem. The problem goes go bring serious pressure on your own community, because it means they will starve your community now unnecessarily and claim for say, now will they use now for go support then people and I don't create new community for. So they can't suffer the consequences for something that is not even relevant in the first place.
Right.
That's my own take on that.
And you're absolutely right. One example where I go cite now, the situation between Sudan and, South Sudan and North Sudan, right? That is the war we have today. People don't understand, waiting be happen during independence. These have been 2 different places. You understand? Run by 2 different, Britain and Egypt, for example, where they can lump the also. Sorry?
China.
No, that China only recently, but before that, okay. it was Egypt and Egypt controlled and Britain controlled. They own already Britain go now and say, okay, no, now only 1 people left. Forgetting, say, there were divisions at that time. They get different culture, different ideology, different way of doing and looking at things. You go dump them all to one, then you come out there. So in the reverse, now you are going to divide people on a political structures, but then they provide the resources. Then one come out other side. For can't claim, say we all now one. No, you're not one. You've been divided, so you not get stick now and T-Boy highlighter. Now, you have been done the originally way get one, all be they manage that 2 will not be enough for now. Now you say you want for keep all to the other and then go other side. Then go left for bring medicine to you. Then say then they go build other new hospital over under. So now you get empty carcass building, but you not get how you call it? You not get nurses. You not get medicine because they say they don't divert the funds. So what happens? You will begin get conflict. So if you're doing things to satisfy your own selfish interest and for short-term gain just for you, and you're going to leave a long-term problem for the people. Now that's make we the talk today for tomorrow bambai. So if you not listen, I can say lonta karabai. What also I can say?
Me man, not say lonta karabai because lonta karabai get for follow you back, he can bear you back because the lonta karabai would only see. Now the lonta karabai would only chase we back so today. So look now wait and say lonta karabai will just be talking on my left hand. So no, let's talk, let's action, and let's make sure say the people that we know how you voice and you voice.
Yeah. So T-Boy, Sequence Dumbuya say you guys want to be like Prezobio, who did not have a preference for salon. Why wasting that huge amount of money for vacation? And Sequence, it's T-Boy's idea. I've been telling him, I said, let we use the money for Bill Health Center and say no longer vacation at the Caribbean. So now T-Boy idea, I say why use the 94,000, but majority carries the vote here. Femi then say vacation, so me have to the line. So not only one rainfall to a collective. T-Boy get comment.
No, it's still something in the
then say vacation, so me have to the line. So not only one
you like palava
collective.
Seriously, like palava. I need a response to that. Look good.
All right.
Sequence, now you know more. We will sort down the out.
Would there you feedback audio?
You like palava. Would that me?
Yes.
Seriously, like palava. I need a response to that. Look good. Who's only common now?
Reduce your audio, your listening device. All right. That's better. Well, so we will continue to monitor this situation because we know say neck will go create unnecessary problem for ourselves. So if we try for create boundaries and waiting, now registration, voter registration, they start what? In 2 weeks, 3 weeks from now. So by the time I don't create then constituency gen chief from then they won't register the people then. Not outside the register you supposed to vote, T-Boy.
Now, so then say, now also you register supposed to vote.
Of course, that's where you are going to vote. If not, you go only qualify for vote for presidential candidates, but not member of parliament or councillor. So if we don't create if we plan for create new constituencies, and that's going to be maybe completed after registration go done. Who is going to vote for those new constituencies? Then they will not go down create it, because until not only the people then will register.
Well, I think okay, let me look it happen first. But if you go register, so you not get for vote, that means you not get for vote.
That's the thing. So they come back to the question they ask, they don't really think this thing through in the best interest of our democracy, in the best interest of Sierra Leone, or now for satisfy a specific reason, make the one for do their new boundaries there. So that's why we're asking.
But that is never going to be in the best interest of civilians.
Well, so why do it in the first place?
Because it's the best interest of them.
And why? How is that going to benefit you?
It's not going to benefit us, but it benefits them.
It will not even benefit them. They will think it will. But like you say, when you say long takara by right now, what's they happen? If they come back for doing it. It come back. So if then they pay long takara by right now, thinking say they don't win, we go show them say we smart past that. You cannot be smart by pushing criminal activities, dodgy stuff, and you think you're smart. You don't have a smart criminal. You'll be caught either today or tomorrow, but then go catch you.
Now what it talks, you don't have a smart criminal.
You not get her. You go think say you smart in your mind, they convince you, sir, but you get caught.
Okay, interesting.
All right, so we will continue for monitor that. Let's go to the last thing for today, the issue of safety and security in our country. Because everything gets your impact, everything gets your effect, everything connected. We can only talk about democracy, elections, voting, development and development if we are safe and secure. T-Boy, do you feel safe as a Sierra Leonean? Would you feel safe if you were in Sierra Leone today? If yes, why? If no, why?
I always say one of my biggest concerns as Salon right now, safety, as in the security apparatus is not safe. If you live in a nation where I don't need for no who that you be for harm me and you go left both case, then it is serious. What's the make I say so? Alex if that person did not get no influence. No get no sababul, you know, sabi no minister, you know, sabi nothing for do the president, you know, sabi nobody in a director, you know, sabi nobody in a MP, you know, get nothing there now. Will still harm you in Sierra Leone and walk away. And the reason for that is because the justice system is broken. And you will never feel safe in a country where the justice system doesn't operate. When the justice system is blind. They can see the law is blind, but in Sierra Leone, the law can see. Well, I say the justice
to be blind.
Is blind. Yeah. The justice system sees only what they want to see. Then they turn tomatoes to G-blocks. Right in front of you and ask you back, you know, Siam, not G-blocks. Look at. You call these tomatoes, I will call these tomatoes when are G-blocks. So they make us believe as Sierra Leoneans that we are idiots, we are fools, we are so stupid, we don't understand nothing, we don't know what the law means, we're not a lawyer, we don't know about the Constitution, we cannot interpret it. So for that reason there alone, I believe say the security apparatus in Sierra Leone is so shaky. You put me in a plane right now, say, but can go salon, go to it for the next 1 week. The one thing first way they can have my mind. Will I be safe? Not for what you eat first at the friend or who say the day, because it no matter what you eat and who say you day. It no matter who say you sleep and who's kind car you drive. There is nothing that you can do in Sierra Leone right now that makes you a safe person. Nothing about your security is guaranteed. Anything can happen to you at any given point in time. And the worst of it, it can happen to you in broad daylight and nothing happens. So now think about what will happen to you when the dark falls. So to be very honest, if you ask me the question, I will say to you, sorry, I don't think Sierra Leone is a safe environment for me. And my opinion, no, because I believe, say, when I'm in Freetown or when I'm in Sierra Leone, I give myself the freedom to roam around the streets of Freetown. I give myself the freedom to go to the province as I feel when I like. I give myself the freedom to take jobs anywhere. I give myself the freedom to meet people in unusual places. For example, side away, the average of locksec within a salon not sabi or they go. These are some of the opportunities I have when I go to Freetown. I go places without even thinking twice. Can I do the same right now? I remember a couple of years ago, we were supposed to do Living with the Dead. And the only way how you can do Living with the Dead, now for go film in a graveyard and a net, right, Juma?
Yeah.
It was not daytime.
Mm-hmm.
We had the privilege to do stuff like that. We were concerned, but I think the concerns were not that great in terms of our safety. We took our time, we walked the streets of Freetown 3-4 o'clock in the morning, talking to rough sleepers, people who live within the community with their family. front of shop doors. Again, we do all that after 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. We go into market stores and talk to people who sleeps on the market table. But can you do that right now in Freetown? For example, no. We travel at night. We go to events. We stay there till 4, 5 o'clock in the morning. We walk the streets of Sheikh Stephen Street, Pademba Road, Spur Road. We work. We work with all our equipment behind our backs. We work peacefully. Sometimes we walk from Sekila Road or from Stadium to Sekila Road where Usawu office day. 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. We don't have no amount of security concern. Yeah, we might think, okay, look, we get smaller, but we still don't get that kind of complex mindset thinking. If something happens to you, so but something happens to you, so that police case is not good for you. But now even the police case not they exist for you. And when you come out the diaspora, the police case not the pass. Because one, they feel to see one for can tell them see come out the diaspora. Now the police themselves say maybe they fetch you. So that if you say me, because he come out London, if you say London are the same. So that's the problem we have right now. So I will guarantee you say, yes, you might think yourself in Freetown, but you got to constantly watch your back because you don't know what will happen within that split seconds when your eyes are not paying attention to what you're doing. So that's my own take.
Right. So you don't highlight broadly on a lot of things, but you see, there's something more concerning and more scary right now. If I ask you and Femi, who's you will feel much more safe? Whose environment? Your home, outside, at the pub, at the park. Who's you will feel like say, I am safe if I'm here. If I ask you for choose a place. Yes, Femi.
In Sierra Leone?
We are in Sierra Leone, particularly.
Well, honestly, I grew up in Sierra Leone and we get not been a lock. We not been get wall them. You know, we sleep with window they open. Now we live in Sierra Leone where we all live in we own homemade prisons. We get now we do more we get iron do more them. We get bars them on our windows. We get wall the way high like a. We get glass and babu up on top of the wall then they. We get double gates them. That's our home where we supposedly for be the safest environment. People are not safe. Let alone walk in the streets. You know, a few years ago we had some friends, 2 women them come on there so then go Freetown, then they walk on a beach, Santem, they got mobbed. Then take all thing, phone, bag, even one name passport. Understand? This is Lonely Beach, which supposedly used to be very safe for you know guests them, JC them for go. It's sad. Yesterday, a friend in Papa got injured. Then go rob them na their house. You know, with ammunition. He sent the picture of the pa, the wound where they wound the pa. You know, it's sad, it's disgraceful that we get people away they condone that thing, the way they talk say, what you know talk about salon safe, my safe party country una this so right now. It's sad really, the state of affairs of Sierra Leone. We policemen then instead of them they deal with them robbery then they sit down on political foolishness. Instead of them do what them for do and police the country and look after the citizens, then they support political parties them with the fight against the country and the people them, and then go beat civilians them because they protest for their own rights instead of doing the job with them for do. It's sad. Then if we look with jail full with so people that will get petty crimes, people that will thief bread. They're in jail for almost a year, but yet the criminals them and they work on the streets, and police can't do nothing. Our judiciary can't do anything. Our leaders can't even put pressure on the institutions they also for do their jobs them right, because some of our leaders are just as bad as the criminals on the streets.
Right. Thank you so much, Femi. And I think you don't highlight some of the things that we are going to talk about. So even with all the other precautionary things the way you say so, people still feel unsafe in their homes. We're supposed to be your sanctuary. The place after you don't go, you don't run, where you calm, you go sit down, you breathe. But now, you say safety, of course, you know, even the dictionary says it in the condition of being protected from or unlikely to cause danger, risk, or injury. But you don't feel that protection in your own home. You highlight people being attacked in their own homes yesterday. Few days back, Up Regent, another family got attacked in their home. Then did it. Then go rob them. You know, manhandle them. And why? It was raining. There was no lights, no electricity. So the people then get the opportunity for do everything they want to do until God able to rescue them through someone able to call someone that was able to call the police. But by the time the police they came, it was late. Because even the policeman themselves, let's say you have the genuine ones that wants to do the genuine work, they are not safe. You know, take somebody, you go put on a arms where they can go, you don't know that they go meet up if the thief man gets arms pass and force in the first place. But it's becoming rampant. I know another family where they beat, you know, then connive them, beat them, and take them property them and run away with them. So how can you be in a country where inside your house, you're not safe? Sometimes if you out middle net, like how T-Boy described, where we they take their risk then they, because sometimes for we, now 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock morning, now one for clear we head, the tell one there will drive from where? From Lumley, T-Boy, or from Beach, they drive Tego Watalo, Tego 6 Mile, and drive come back. Because for us, that's the time we're able to think. The road is clear, we drive, they go and think we plan for waiting for happen the next day. Because we don't go to clubs. We own our own party down, we go ginger cake or granite, we go and charm and ginger beer. Now we are enjoying that. At that time, it was safe, but would you do that today, T-Boy?
I don't smoke. You are in a barricade host, then you still can't book a cancer. Now the luxury for working at skid, now they get at certain hours.
Right.
To be honest, Juma, you see, I don't think I can go to Sierra Leone and proudly say I get a man who's at security. Nah, come on. It doesn't make sense. It shows that you're not even safe in the first place. Because no matter how much then they say, Usa on a day bad off pass Usa within a salon, you don't have a security guard at your doorstep in this country. Now, at least if something go wrong with you, at least pass no matter if this is something get for do with racism or the police will not get time for you. But the amount of CCTV camera doing in this country, they're able to track you in outside. Then one day somebody will complain to me, say, oh, well, not to complain to me. I saw it online. This country, the police are useless, and blah, blah, blah. And reason for that, now because, can you imagine? Somebody could die, the police say and still able to see CCTV footages for the person who commit the crime. But guess what? You go inside something along number, you go inside congestion. Then pay congestion charge. Isn't it? They go snap you, then go send past 50 pictures of your motor in different angles them. For almost 60-pound fine. So basically it's about priorities. But even Salon will not get priority safe. So to them, their priority is to make sure that they make money and find out whatever crime you don't commit when Monica when you go find it. So say maybe murder, robbery, they're not going to take it serious because they're not for certain they happen every other day. Or then go spend more resources for like a friend and or something else or something else, something else. But to be honest to you, in Sierra Leone, there is no form of security. The policeman and the army man are in for brutalizing force. And when they realize they force you na diaspora person you can't holiday, that even make them worse. Because then they unlawfully detain you now for bull money in Iran. Can you imagine? You did drive down the road, policeman stop you just because of the way how you smile to her. Then don't old people in Rasta be then round up then Atlantic. They even go to the extent then bet the other person in back for pulling back my hand. And when I call the guy then we do the robbery, I ask her, I say why? He say, "Man, you no go understand." If they beg me back, he apologize, say they apologize for me to that BPD because it's yourself no. And it's not people who are advised, say don't walk the streets at night. When I can't holiday, when I can't have fun, but do it during the day. If you get for doing an night, make sure say get motorway park the wait for you. Where they go to go back in your house. These were just concerns, but those concerns were not like concern we the begin feel to say X and Y and Z go happen, but it does happen.
And now even inside your house, come on. So how you go to a place where you're not able to sleep? You're wandering a net for let do clean.
You see, 10 years ago, I've been wonder, well, not maybe more than 10 years ago, I've been wonder why people then get metal bars in the window then. Then get double bars them for make you go inside and host them. Then get bar, then get iron door. Can you imagine metal door?
Mm-hmm.
Now the front door of a living.
But we get a whole family where die because of that.
Exactly.
They were trying to protect themselves. Now,
yeah.
Fire broke out in the net.
Yeah.
It was dark. They're not able to see the key for them, for let them able to open them double doors. People were outside, wanted to go and rescue these people in, but they can't because they don't want their lock. And imagine where they're metal and they don't want. There's nothing you can do. So a whole family died because they were trying to protect themselves to feel safe. That is what we have today, and it's sad that they go broke people else, even with anything and they. With all the security measures. So you know go send a careless 10 people and they careless, so not to treat them inside their host them. Then go round them up, beat them, take them, property them, and go. Luckily, possibly they not kill them. Because again, we look at the community, the infrastructure, the things that we need for the flights there. We're not going to say no go happen, but it go minimize. Because if man not like lights, right?
No.
You know, it not like lights. Rain they come, it dark. Even if me want for go help, I'll be scared because I say hang on. Because the first law of what? Now waiting, not for yourself, protect yourself, right?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
If I'm not safe, I will not be able to help you out. So I therefore begin think first. If I go under somebody in a corner want if my way old big stone will go stone me first, you know, it hits me, I collapse. or you get gun with team up there, get knife way, go stab me, way they go for go help. People want to go and help, but they're scared. So if you want to do things, any outside and complain, they had to come out often, equip the police, let them go to patrol in their areas, then they hopefully it will minimize things if you know they give lights to the country. So again, another safety concern, T-boy, where somebody drew my attention to earlier yesterday, is this issue about safety for kids as well as the community. This petrol business don't bring come big Nambara. So now you get the rampant Jebu and black market petrol. You know the Hillcourt Road Junction, we come out King Hammer Road and Jomo Kenyatta Road. I don't know if they don't change the street ended anymore. So for can't join Hillcourt Road. Now that junction they don't become a place where they peddle, where they sell petrol. Now Tutik rubber, Sasma rubber, and Gallon. And you get adult them, big people the way they give picking them for put for the runner time to carry them for sale. You see the dangers, you see the safety issues for picking them first. How you go give you young picking or other person in picking for the runner time to Canada side for self fear. What if somebody can pass with in cigarettes? It throw away and then they catch you under. What happens? I just use that as an example. Now people in beginning no more go die for nothing. For nothing. So these are some of the concerns, as community people, we all hold the over for play and the authority. They said they're not for sit on the watch then they happen.
So I think when disaster not reach the most, you don't care. That's what it looks like. Because again, the authorities they way for stop some disaster and way they take place, and then back there encourage them. Because like you say so, you don't expect a 10 or 12-year-old picking the one BM to for sell petrol. Whether in mama potati, but you don't go expect them to do that kind of risky job then they. Now, job not every go expect some kind of big man for do somebody who don't pass 18 or somebody who don't pass 20. At least you get that sense enough for like able for do that. But no matter how smart that picking it, say even the petrol fume alone way they inhale, good for your health. Because in lungs they're still young. For taking kind of gas then in lungs they're still young. But again, the safety stuff what we talk about in salon, it gets so much disadvantage in so many different ways. So much disadvantage. Because then same picking there, now then back and they push back again for open the mud then, for go through window then for go thief na net. So the danger is then very high. And when they refuse, sometimes some of them get problem. So you see, so they breed the young picking for do and bad thing them. Then they introduce them to things them where they're not supposed to introduce them to. Now then they turn the criminal then we sometimes go down all 15, 16, then are streets. So we're supposed for them and remember they host them. But they do stuff they were not supposed to do. Now take that name for be woman now.
Yeah.
What you expect for like you get gap picking something they chase behind for send petrol. What you expect? So all that kind of safety thing and day. So the security concern as alone to me I think is high. And to me the major thing are the fact say the justice system that they prevail for make you to say you go get justice if something happen to you.
Right.
Because that's one main important thing. Okay, look, we say crimes are high, but at the same time, when a crime is committed, if they engage the people who commit the crime, they will suffer the consequences of the crime. But no, they don't. Policeman they tell you back, say, it's not you and can you feed them more. Because if you not feed her, they left her. And indeed, then go left her. So what's the point of arresting him in the first place? So basically, when you get police, when you get Tifangona police, now they feed her, now they look after her and they. So if you know for fear, it says they're not get food for Giamo. So you need the candle now, we left and make it go. Right. Make it go. So that means you case left both. Then the one away they want for make you one case, then they say, you know, the arrest or the keeper for now for Gambela. Okay, with guarantee shorty. Every time he asks you, say, no, go call in person, they want for bull money in a year. So the system, the justice system, now still gets a lot of role for play if the security apparatus not straight. Because it means when the justice cannot be prevailed if somebody commits a crime, then that person will continue to commit the crime. So if man in African say you are the kill left buff case, if you're able for kill and killer, because indeed you go kill left buff case.
It don't happen.
Buff case. Buff case. Nothing really happened to that. So that is very serious. And I'm facing one of the most serious things that I get concerned over going to Sierra Leone. Because if you grab number, so you go, you know, GC, if they look you don't become a prime target straight away. Because not for say you must count things and we get value. You must go to some small cash. You must send for people and things away something within a position still. So you become a prime target. And most of the house robbery that take place in Salone, they have been specifically targeted because of one or two reasons. Not to accident, we go do random robbery, you know, then they study you, then they monitor you, they know when you're home, how many people are home with you, whether you're home alone at some particular point in time, you'll be surprised. But in the study you movements constantly, for me, they know what you do, what you do. So if you see them come to you now, no say, they're not ready now for car. And they are coming prepared. Even though they know for something on a 4, 5, 6 hours, then they still can't prepare. They know for so okay, this thing, but so they go with full force. It's all being programmed, it's all being planned. They monitor you, they study your movement. And can you imagine you they waka freely thinking nobody's watching you, and people they know they study your movements, any outside going this, then they track you down, it's sad. So sometimes you can even work out and sketch the change direction. You work out for some distance, then you change. I remember a couple of years ago, I was working from Congo Cross to Hill Valley. And what they used to do, they ask me, say, you know, you work out?
Yeah. When I get mind, when I work out, like, na road, wow, don't for work out. But they know what you don't know.
Yeah. Waka from Congo Cross to the roundabout center. Lights up Hill Valley. And then I can be pitch dark. Then in dead cover the wooden gates. And I go hang the back again, relax one. And like the security gates I don't care. Hey, see boy, what's making it take a stick up here? If I just Congo Cross Junction, why not go waka up one thing? And then they create that kind of atmosphere like it's danger. But I don't see the danger behind it.
But me don't get friends of the dead and they tell you, say, bruh, this net's no working on it to.
Yeah, I remember.
Hey, bruh, you know, because you know, bruh, soon I make they warn you, this net's no work out. Then they warn you, Ben, say, no, they will not let you fall in our minds because I even take care of video in the day. Yeah. But don't we like you that much that we warn you. If now that person may tell her. Almost people and all up na the inside street area. They left. You know, so the people were responsible for let you get tourists for going to country, for let you get development for go there. The first thing they ask you when you have your, you know, friends, colleagues, acquaintances, who you want for sell Sierra Leone to ask the president, say they go out for go rebrand Sierra Leone. Although not they talk that again, then they go out for rebrand Sierra Leone, then they go out for bilateral meetings anymore, although they no more travel, they know why. The first thing people ask you, is it safe out there? Or how safe is it out there? That's what they will ask you. So we need to talk this because it don't become regular now. Over 3 or 4 weeks, with a different experiences of people that they go up now they host them. So please, you whatever you do for minimize that risk for yourself, do them. But at the same time, we hope say the people are concerned go do it if necessary. I don't know if we get time for talk briefly on this safety issue we get for do with the accidents will happen. I don't get much details on that. We see videos out there. People Adrian in our water say there was a collision and stuff like that. You get any comments on that?
Yes, in our boats bang boats. I don't know which one of the boats that we bang the company boats because
so there was a bang.
Can you imagine ocean or lane? I don't say what I get part to it. You can navigate, but I don't think there are actually channels the way specifically the way boats then they use for sail.
But how them bang themselves where they're not on sail with it?
That's the question.
Not net.
That's the question. The video missing at San Sante. But they say the boats then bang. But the one that say boats then bang, how? I don't know how boats they bang boats. Something I feel maybe the fake one part the boats there.
So that don't result with they're still not able, according to the one of the newspaper headlines there was see today about 5 dead and 14 missing.
Juma, the dangers in that now the amount of again safety, security apparatus. We don't see them with life jackets. Correct. We don't know what thing. Some then they like a passenger they way towards back then at the hand and they swim. Some then they will all stuck their way and they swim with. Some then they will not even get nothing around and they struggle for swim. So even if there is some kind of accidents now, what's a life jacket not there for safety for them.
Yeah.
That's the dangers because at the end of the day, accidents can happen at any given point in time. But what are the precaution measures that we go there for secure more lives than losing a lot?
But we suppose forget naval base them now all inside.
The naval base they will get now for go all day to a large ship they really fishing offshores with water illegal and then they go make money instead of them can rescue people who die. They're not getting. Then go say the gunboat they already self first not get fuel for make them patrol the shores of Freetown.
And again, it come back to the same thing we already talk now, the sense of urgency.
Emmanuel Kingston.
Because waiting happen so not different from waiting happen with the fire accident now.
Yep.
Then they happen on land, this now sea. So there is no press release or official announcement for clarify so people what exactly happen. One would they say na Lunge, would they say na Bonth, would they say na other side, different audios. And then when social media take out and pull out their own thing, you say, oh, then people are in the peddle wrong misinformation and this and that. 3 days. Nothing from the government of Sierra Leone. The appropriate department then for come out and tell people, say, this is what we understand and we are still investigating and this is waiting, we don't find out so far. What is difficult? But then be there on top that America, the marine boats where everybody they talk about, then they take pictures, see the guy, how you call a head of ONS, of Office of National Security, that will be pull out press release, say, if anybody talk anything about tribe, you know, na big case. Now, so it all in file. Femi, wait, I don't know if the guy go to inside the place with big file, 5 phones, diary, and all. Now, so it all and so. The team back he post for picture, Office of National Security. People and they drown under. Nothing.
Well, not saying concern. Because one, you go talk say, you know, even on people the way this gone to lawlessness. I overload because I King they say overloading Emmanuel. But I don't know whether they're not overloading. But local says they're not overloading. But still, you forget something where will create some amount of sanity in case of danger. But ONS not gets concerned over that because it really affects them personally.
And I think say the only way how they go benefit for that is for make them make sure say they ask for more funding for me able for monitor the water properly. They will still try for rip off and make money out of that kind of thing back again, because that is the only way they will make money back again and say, all right, well, pa, so to tell you the material we get right now is not good. Now make this thing they happen. We need to go for rescue. We not get rescue boats them. The boat they will get not so the guys boat and so we need support. Then they will find you any money back and give them. And she done back from the Italy left both case again. So that's the vicious circle of what Sierra Leone is going to be and what Sierra Leone is like right now. And for that change, it's not some man get for that for before some man better. That's one of the biggest challenge.
So King sent one report now, but that's still, it's not an official report. Someone is somebody report within for say an eyewitness, I would say, an eyewitness report. So we still not get official report yet for tell we anything will happen, which is sad. And there are people charged with. We get so many security apparatus, agencies, units we're supposed to protect safety and security for the country. You have the police, you have the military, you have different wings within the military. You have Office of National Security, you have the disaster, what you call it, Environment and Disaster Management. You get NRA, you get ports. All of these people are supposed to provide safety and security. But what's happening? Nothing. We haven't had anything official. Yes, Femi?
So, Juma, with this one, there is a lot of other things that we will get for, discuss. And nothing say today's show,
right?
The hour we don't reach. And nothing say we could do this topic also justice. In a country like Sierra Leone, a coastal country, we get beaucoup fishermen them. We airports in a peninsula we had for cost by road. We majority of where they go holiday and visitors then to the country where they go holiday, and even the people of Sierra Leone the way tap na the area they need to cross water on a daily basis. Most of Sierra Leoneans cannot swim,
including me.
Yeah. Most Sierra Leoneans cannot swim. And me, I talk from experience. So I grew up in Italy. I learned for swimming in Italy. I go saloon. I go saloon back. I been a swim. So I swim. Now I begin swimming na swimming pool na aqua. When you go swim na aqua. Oh, me the lonely. That bridge you get two name now. What's in him? Juma say no be nothing as swim him. Well, it's Johnson Bridge. Oh, you remember now? Where they don't carry names and get bridge. That Juba Bridge they been get water under.
Yeah.
Juma, that water they not too small water. That water where they go now. We able get inside one couple. Then we get them beam them. Them beam there with them. I think since they take build the bridge. Where they left. Some of them then go then chook inside the water. Then chook car up. Some of them they under the water where they see the beam them. Some day where they can't go. My name they go jump at the bridge, go inside the water. Say me I be rascal, I be young, I was rascal. I see them about the world where they go play football and they do so myself. I watch inside and they jump first, so I not just jump like me not do. I see inside the iron and the iron they want to see, but I see about then jump and that's not do then this. So myself jump. When they go there, we they swim there. We dey swim na along the beach but be Atlantic area because we been get shortcut we dey pass reach Crab Tongue. It's a big Crab Tongue. Yeah, we dey pass reach Crab Tongue for Kana Ose. We go grammar school, we been get other side behind grammar school, we been go swim there in a different story now. But most of the swimming I do na Tongue Juma, I was by far the best swimmer part. All my way did it. Most of the guys they play in the water but they couldn't swim. And the one day we been sabi swim, they know sabi swim go far. We all learn for swim at this side of the wall. Then they make do lengths na the swimming pool. So sometimes I go tell you say do 10 lengths, and the swimming pool them na 50 meter. So if you do 10 lengths na 500 meter, you don't do so. Sometimes I go tell you for do 20 lengths. So you understand? So I'm not saying if you fall down a water, both capsize, na the same thing, no. But at least if you get those basic skills, you obviously know to net na sand time, so you go suicide, you go begin swim. If na net outside black, you go out because sometimes na the Atlantic Ocean, you go swim to reach Brazil. You know, or you go swim to reach England or America with some man go glad. But you know, but really and truly, if you see land under, or worst case in this case, then see boats. The boats just a few meters from them, and they couldn't get there. They couldn't get there. The people in the boat is don't film me. Said them then to rope for the people them, to jackets for the people them.
Jackets did it. Jacket no.
Okay, what I'm trying to say is there's many issues here, Juma, from the lack of swimming. Well, I think say because of the kind of country we in kind of thing with the happen, especially we where they travel go. Una 2 ways you don't where the 8 now and not sabi swim. I think so una get the opportunity for go na swimming pool na England and America and for go land. You know get for land for swim like a Olympic swimmer, but go land for swim from A to B because you never know. Touch would nothing ever happen. But look there who they cross with the ferry them. Look where them ferry them they key overload. Disaster waiting to happen. The speedboat will they go pan almost 10 T-boy. Speedboat no longer get plastic with fashion na the propeller they call it. Or just they float inside the water or they go normal. Almost 10 they don't know be so we.
No, but me Papa got segment for to water for take me like because I don't fashion the water past street. So then God know that.
Miller left that story there for another day, like you said. But you highlighted, salient point them, and I wish na then kind thing they didn't go find consultant them for they spend money for Canada for go find consultants for land people and for what's their or for high quality for show people how for put pampers and other things said T-boy. So but we go discuss them again. And I just want to use this opportunity. We first topic we'll discuss. Somebody sent a press release. I think it would be best to just read that. The Sick Picking Project. Yeah. Ishmael Morgan Heritage. He sent a press release where now it plead for let common sense prevail for end the doctor strike. I'll read the press release as he put them, and then there is a make they read them as well. Now for highlight some of the concerns where we don't put now, so the impact of them here, where government allow medical people and decide for strike, and why we think say spending £94,050 out here, the party, at a time where doctor and strike, not a good thing. So it's a plea, press release, a plea for the cessation or resolution of strike action by doctors. Freetown, 3rd August 2022. The Sick Picking Project International observes keenly the ongoing strike action of the Sierra Leone Medical and Dental Council, and on behalf of our beneficiaries, wishes to appeal to the respective authorities for urgent action to be taken to resolve the matter. We are cognizant of the fact that even in normal times, many struggle to access quality healthcare. Such difficulty becomes compounded with healthcare givers, especially medical doctors, embark on a strike action. Given the above, the Sick Picking Project International is therefore appealing to the government of Sierra Leone to look at the demands of the doctors in a bid to meeting the healthcare delivery needs of patients, especially children that have the potential to suffer the most from this current situation. The Sick Pikin Project International currently has over 11 children in different hospitals that are in need of the services of medical doctors, with some in need of urgent surgeries. Critical to note is that funds have been raised to meet their surgery costs, but which cannot be undertaken now as a result of the ongoing strike action. Conversely, while the project recognizes the challenges faced by doctors, it is also equally pleading with them to soften their request, provide a platform for further discussions with the government, and accommodate negotiations which eventually will lead to lives being saved by returning to work. God bless Sierra Leone. So you listen that. Anyone found a get comments on that?
We are waiting for comments. What more can we say, Juma? Priorities aren't right. We picking in the sick. I talk and just not say where we born, some of we born, now cottage hospital we born. Now we go cottage hospital, you go shame for saying a day you born. You go inside Connaught, it's terrible. Our leaders, they're not responsible. They don't show any form of responsibility towards the people of Sierra Leone, towards the children of Sierra Leone. Wait, you read so? Anybody with any soriat could know waiting for do. But they would rather take them boku money than they would the reboot for Kappa Ladida. If we country been gentry, we not go say nothing. If them they do all waiting and promise for do with them the campaign for election, we not go complain. But from where election be 30 days and still a campaign for the same election we didn't win long time. Up to today and still a campaign. But I not blame them. At the end they will follow them. They're not responsible. Their priorities are totally wrong. They rather our people suffer than they wear that expensive shoes or older expensive bag. Their priorities are wrong. Come 2023, I really pray say, come next 3 weeks, I pray say beaucoup Sierra and go register and try for vote this administration out. Because they're no good to Sierra Leone.
Thanks, Femi. T-Boy, you comment and last word for today's program. They'll try round up and we will continue next week.
I just want to say thank you to all the viewers that we don't watch this net, and definitely your contribution has been grateful, and I feel say we accept the fact say everybody get the right to their opinion. That's why you can make your opinion sometimes challenge and sometimes unchallenged. But with the discussion we don't get today in regards to security, doctors that we don't go on strike, and the last one when this incident will happen with them both there we collide. I think say we don't talk about then topics there, so in details, maybe further more details can be used, but not today. But I just want to say thank you to everybody with the watch, and want to continue for follow, we continue for like the page, and continue for be part of a community, because what we do right now, it's actually easy, but it's challenging. Sometimes it can be so challenging that it's not, we can't explain it. But for the facts, they for students and watch film, they give you the courage for make people for continue to do. And we feel say with our contribution, we will be able to continue for make sure that this program they and our ongoing thing we not go for just stop just like that. Look, we take them into consideration, see, for the fact that we talk about government issues, them no means say na government issue no more to talk about too. Sometimes people say, oh, when I talk about government business too much. But guess what? Why do I really care about what in APC they do? Just APC they run salon. at the moment. Now the SAPP government, they want salon. So if anything they will get for talk about, we know right. Now the government of the day now the whole responsible. So you can agree and disagree. You can accept and not accept some of the discussion we come up with because it's just the fact of what they do. And that is how I think we believe still will be able for help and make your own contribution. But to be very honest to you, salon is not just salon anymore. It's like say salon the sink. You know, like a way they see something, they go down the drain. And you need for grab them for make you save that thing for making it go down the drain because when you down the drain for plan, they will be very difficult. That is practically where we are going as a nation. We are sinking slowly. And the rate at which you sink, it been slow. So if I say slowly, no means say it didn't happen. No, it didn't happen. But we know how to make it happen in a rapid pace. We will not be able to control it anymore. But for now, we get an element of understanding for no say this is wrong and this is right. Let's keep on the right path and try for amend some of the wrongdoings the ODEPA and try for possibly eradicate some of the wrongdoings the ODEPA. But not a one-man fate, not a one-man journey. It's collective responsibilities. I feel say if we will for own up to mistakes them, we'll be able to accept the change we will fit to say we need, and we'll be able to execute them. So I go say thank you once more, and I go talk to her back sometime next week.
Yeah, T-Boy, before you go quickly, sorry Femi, I forget to ask you, I apologize. You they out of base right now, you they Birmingham for the Commonwealth Games. You get any short comment on that before you go? Keep on short.
The Commonwealth Games, I don't get short comments. I get massive long comments. Not even make a short one. Because what thing I see within the Commonwealth Games, I think this is my first athletics coverage where I have to do. Regardless some of the implications that we are face in terms of coming to Birmingham and making sure that I have some amount of footage and coverage and access. Well, I don't have any access. My only access that I think I have, which is very much important, is the access that I have to buy my own tickets, to watch my own games. And the protocol of photography or filming is not as strong as I was expecting it to be. So maybe I regretted not taking my cameras to the grounds itself, but I think I will do tomorrow and see what sort of pictures I'll be able to take, because we can't give a shame. Sierra Leone is a shame. Sometimes you feel ashamed to be Sierra Leonean when you bump into other people who are Africans or non-Africans. Sometimes you feel like you're still way behind when it comes to realities of what is happening within your country and other countries. And when you look at the Commonwealth, it lacks so much. Like I say, if I begin to talk about the Commonwealth, we'll not go football. But there is a lot of stuff missing. I went to Morocco and I came back to say, sorry, we're not ABN. We're backward. And when I go to the Commonwealth, I will say, sorry. The passion of the athletes then is so strong, is so patriotic. But the massive problem we get now the structures, the way they are around the athletes. Juma, when you look at the Commonwealth, we are just countries the way you expect to see something we go able for challenge in so many sports and discipline. You see the passion of the athletes they will get, you see the courage we then get, you see the strength we then get, you see the energy they put, but they lack everything. They lack totally everything. Preparation is even zero. If I begin going to some of the things that we are seeing with me, we are able for experience. It's bad. It's just the past couple of months, they say we should stop participating. I think in all our sporting disciplines, my own knowledge of what I have learned within the past couple of months, apart from football, maybe everything, let's go back to the drawing board. The reason they say apart from football, maybe that because football gets an element of professional aspects where they don't come into the game, we will get most of we players and we get foreign kind experience. So I would say apart from football, because 60% of we national team players, they're not home-based players then. And the one even our home-based players, they don't get some amount of experience with international competition than when they go on a regular basis. But apart from football, every other discipline is here for go back to the drawing board. Can you imagine you go renovate the national stadium at this particular point in time? You don't get no replacement for training facilities the way for being ongoing, and you get the Commonwealth Games just down the line. You'd expect athletes then for actually train under that kind of atmosphere. They will not get no structure. Stadium not they will the only facility we then get in the one whole country. And you not create backup facilities for the athletes and for train. And you only get Commonwealth a couple of months later. Now magic? Not so magic. But guess what? All the delegates that will come, then come. How many athletes then go for perform? You can't even see. Anyway.
And see, next week we'll get more time for the postmortem. By then we don't get more information.
I think so.
I can feel your frustration on this, but thank you so much.
It's sad, man. You feel the pain of certain basic necessities the way an athlete forgets. We're not deep. We're missing. One, support force is zero. After the one match we I watched, now the table tennis, para table tennis, everything else is zero. Are you saying there are no Sierra Leoneans in Birmingham?
This is the thing. Where is the High Commissioner? Then they will say.
No. No,
the user maker say High Commissioner, if you're not there, but you have a cultural attaché, right? You have a press attaché and other people that you can send to rally Sierra Leoneans in the Midlands, not just Birmingham, but Birmingham and the surrounding areas. When a less than 1 hour drive, you have loads of Sierra Leoneans there that you can mobilize to go there and go support. So, but Lord left that for another program. Lord not start a whole new chapter. By next week, we go don't see enough, we'll come and can't talk about that. I'll go to Femi.
Yeah, Mr. Bin just want to touch a little bit some up on this here. So, me man, no been small, we run na stadium. We get intersect still a bitty boy.
No, Astagfirullah. What's your name, sir?
So these are the problems, yeah. So if we don't take the NTSO out of the curriculum, from school to colleges, there's no sports clubs happening. Why are we coming out to represent Sierra Leone in 1990? And as T-Boy saying, now social officials in the camp, social minister them. So the athletes and even Boku reach the officials in the camp. There's no other fans going to the games. These people, honestly, I don't understand. We get so many young people in Sierra Leone. Athletics was a big thing. I believe after football, athletics was possibly the next biggest sport. Stadium in a full up. None of that, the begin. How are we going to progress? So I feel T-Boy's pain. Today me and T-Boy get a long chat. I feel his pain. But I said that in another day. But before we go, I just want to plead it to now. I give or take excuse from any show what they do with healthcare in a salon. Because it burn me out.
Excuse denied.
It burn me at Juma. At the lack of taking responsibility, we leaders them. The lack of empathy, the lack of I want to say knowledge, but sometimes not knowledge not the problem. Now heart, they not get heart. And in the monami, Abdul Kanti the Yeriti Abdul talk. I start go Sierra Leone. He go inside hospital. She felt so bad that he get for calm. Can't talk to his husband, impadi them, and outreach to others. Say, guys, let's do something about one green ward in our salon. Another organization then say they go inherit another ward. They will see the minister, then go take credit for what people they also do. Our healthcare is in a mess. We need urgent help. Now we government a responsibility for take care of the people and health. It's their responsibility. But yet they don't care. They rather sit down than the papi show na other man country. Then go na country, one of the not to Turkey, then they go watch stadium. Now Turkey then go watch stadium. No, na Dubai then go watch stadium. Like say then the salon they go compete in a World Cup. Then go to other country and go watch gunboats. The things that were not necessary, now then go put the hand in pan. The things that we then supposed for they do, the basic thing that we then supposed for they do, they're not able to do them. They have half money, so then go spend crazily. They could easily build good centers, good hospital them, good schools, then say education at them projects. We see leakage paper them all over WhatsApp this week. Yes, when results go come out, we will get fantastic results them. Then go proud of Landy. But they not realize before the exam come, all the paper them were online for the people in see. So how they not go pass? Because they knew the questions that were coming. So now then people they go universities, they'll get into jobs, they're not studied, they're not properly qualified, and they go cause more problems. With Minister of Education, Sidona studio they record music on a weekly basis instead of they do the job where it's supposed for they do.
Now the new LAG.
Let's it's
okay. No, qualify. So the new LAG with the dread.
No worry, now you dread next to the court.
Yeah, the new LAG with the dread. Okay, thank you so much. AFM, continue if you.
No, I just want to say so. I really want to take excuse from the medical shows and because me as the one me can say something one of us. But on that note, I want to say thank you to reviewers them. It's been a long show. It's been a roller coaster of a show. Emotions have gone up. Emotions have come down. We don't laugh a little bit. We don't vex a little bit. We thank you for una join. We ask you for still the join. We share our programs to your friends. Like and follow us so that una go able for the know when we come on live. On that note, for me, I go say goodbye and I go hand it over to Juma.
Thank you so much, Femi and T-Boy. We appreciate you all. And we viewers them both on Facebook and YouTube and the other channels that we are not able to watch we from live. And we cannot thank you enough. And we like the engagement and our contribution. And on ourselves, they show the passion. So here, we don't know it all. Sometimes we just tickle the conversations, and sometimes we can be passionate about what they talk about because of real life experiences and possibly waiting now we own dreams and aspirations for the country where we call Sierra Leone, just like una all. So now that make we talk, and I'm not apologizing for anything that we say here. I take full responsibility for my comments or opinions, and as well as I respect una self them. And the topic they all would discuss, the last press release where I read from the Sick Peking Project, it's a reminder, it's a wake-up call for every Sierra Leonean. There's a paragraph there we say, then get over 11 picking them, we sick, where some of them need urgent care, and then don't raise the funds, then don't get the money, but doctors not there. So what that is telling you, we feel say you are well off, you are okay, this is not going to affect you, you are a minister, or you are connected to the corridors of power, that if you're sick, you'll be flown out of the country, but you have to be managed first in Sierra Leone before you will get an opportunity for fly come on at the country. Sierra Leone not own an airline. We not get what you call an air ambulance. So you will have to get one from Liberia or some other country where they come. Until then, you still need the help of a medical practitioner in Sierra Leone. 1. 2, even if you go out of the country, if you not stabilize, the other country, you know, they take you because a risk. Then they put you in another plane there for go. So it just show you how important for let we build we own infrastructure, we own resources, let we respect to medical practitioners them. Let's do the things. Stop bringing politics into healthcare delivery. Government, that's a basic need, and you're supposed to provide that service for people. Don't bring politics and pick and choose. Just like how the First Lady say, oh, the road to McKinney, it get pothole because you need for travel go McKinney, travel through that McKinney road, for go to you possibly, sorry, you think say you get votes, na Kabbalah or Falaba. So if you not make the road, so is healthcare. You can come out na Freetown, na you luxury home, and then you go fall sick na that place Abdul Blah just mentioned. So you go fall sick there. CHO not did it. The nurse not did it. Hospital bed not did. Who side in the care you go? And T-Boy knows that. T-Boy gets into an accident for Komobo, for Can Freetown. So, you know, it don't Komobo, it don't reach Freetown. Middle road. Where accidents happen, who side get for go? Get for drive back, go na bo. It's just an example for say, healthcare should not be politicized. It should be made priority for every Sierra Leonean. And you will need it tomorrow, or your family member will need it. On that note, I want to say thank you to you all. God bless you, and we'll be with you again shortly. Stay blessed, and good night.
When I was a kid growing up in Sierra Leone, my neighbor had a small TV. The television was beaming these images about famine, war, about diseases.
There was a silent majority suffering.
I am fed up with that kind of news. We can use culture and art to change mind and hearts and inspire action.
I was here as a student, and of course, Charlie was my teacher.
I've asked him to join me on the journey to create a major new play to offer hope to our people.
We want to uplift our nation, leave legacy for our children. We are talking about national pride.
This is big, man. This has great magnitude.
Sometimes I feel afraid. I feel terrified when I think of the project.
Tito! What are they so?
we are nowhere near what we want for day.
I want this. I want it. I want it.
I want this thing for succeed, Koji.
This place fail and die.
Is this a curse or what? It's people like you that make Sierra Leone the way it is.
Don't give me blow, but you know this way you don't give me blow.
Oh man, just did lie, blame. These are the things that have wrecked this country. We need more business. We're going to need to better control.
I can call it the second to last project. He died at the last. Guest assured my brother.
When I was young, a lot of things were different. Unfortunately, most of the differences seen now are heartbreaking and are not good at all.
Before now, men were strong protectors of the weak, fathers, brothers, lovers, sons. Their mere presence guaranteed the safety of women and children.
But what do we do now?
Men harassing and raping women.
Men sexually abuse little girls.
Men battering and killing their wives.
Any form of sexual assault, be it rape, sexual abuse, or pedophilia, is a killer to human self-esteem.
Women should stop dying in silence. Speak now.
The rapist should be stigmatized, not the victim.
I think death sentence should be the consequence of such terrible act.
And you mothers, build confidence in your children, put trust in them, listen to them when they make reports, and take necessary actions.
Talking of mothers before now, women were virtuous.
They were mothers, daughters, and sisters.
Nurturing, counseling, supporting their men folks.
But now,
women are trafficking female children for money.
Women are forced to be silent.
All this must stop, and it must stop now.
Real men do not abuse, rape, or molest women and children. It is barbaric, unacceptable.
Let all real men stand with us.
Together, let's say an emphatic no to rape, sexual abuse, pedophilia, and domestic violence.
Silverstone Beats.
People killing, people dying, children hurt and hear them crying. You can practice what you preach, or would you turn the other cheek? Father, 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 help us, send some guidance from above. People got me questioning, where is the love?
See this life going evil, we all have to give, oh yeah, yeah. Cause all I see is evil, and too much killing of my people, yeah, yeah. So let's bless one another, yeah, yeah. So let's help one another. I sing again, yeah.
What's me, I don't see this kind of thing where they happen. This not for be education opportunity. Now in we need, let we learn for the share, not to all time for big greed.
You see this life, the live, oh. Is it where we lose or we know? Stop killing one another. Let's stand together, yeah. Stop playing the hero, looking at each other like we're zero. On the block with a C, money they can make every day pan free, yeah.
R.I.P. They took our boys, they take our joy, take our joy. This not the time we stop now crime. Don't blind bodies like your future.
Stop the stabbing, stop the killing. Let's love one another. Peace.
Where is the
I see fighting every day, I see dying every day. Why don't we help each other and pave the way for a better life, a life that we all deserve? Instead of killing each other, why don't we preserve? So you wanna be a bad man, he's gonna be a badder man. You got a big knife, he's gonna get a bigger knife. Our people suffered for years in chains. Now we turn on each other, cut for gains. For the ones that send the youth to kill themselves, you pretend to be a father figure but only care for yourself. You are nothing but the flesh of the devil. You're evil, low life on another level. Think about the mothers and the pain they go through. You don't care for these kids, they mean nothing to you. But karma only knows the boomerang maneuver. One day the green reaper will be your remover.
This head of the range ranting up some sanctimonious food is a poetic verses, ruminate a prophecy given to a sentient dude. So I say it's as it is for you to listen and deduce the wisdom that's gonna liberate and galvanize you. Under the sun ain't nothing new, that for black on black crimes and breaking news. Under the sun ain't nothing new.
You gotta stand up for what you believe in. Gotta stand up for what is right. 'Cause if you got me, then I've got you too. Regardless of what you've been through, even when you're feeling new. Do this if we try. There's no time to waste, no time. Together forever, whatever the weather. Us as a unit working together.
See, I did not love done, but me heart still not tongue. God don't lift me up, but me heart still not run. You will never go far if you don't know where you're from. So I don't do it for myself, I'ma do it for the young. Please tell my brothers, let's do it for the youngers. Why spend a bag on a jumper? Back where you're from, people dying with hunger. With people then they suffer. You then I argue, the bluff, it's copper. You're the game, need for change. Like we not get up. Where's the love? Where's the love, yo? Where's the love? I said,
where is the love? Little youth, let's take time. Stop all the knife and the gun crime. Think of the future, paint that picture. Get a youth in the future. Peace gonna rain on me. Peace gonna rain on me. Yeah.
Let's stop the violence and come together. Get rid of knives and guns and bombs, let's be together. Pray peace and love, golden hope through storm and weather. See what is going on. Where is love?
Tell me, how do you feel when you see your brothers and sisters lying down the street helplessly? And what will you do if you die today and find yourself in hell?
I want to ask you this. Look inside your eyes and answer me with all the truth. Where you get, whose side the love they?
when I left. Boku man them get nef. If you live by the nef, you will suffer. You know get sense, you know sabi say nef not for butter. Stabbing guys, yeah that's uncool. When it comes to knives, yeah I'm anti. What happened to fighting guys with your hands, G? When you stab a man, it's not one man you stab. Just remember that you stab a whole family.
People killing, people dying, children hurt and hear them crying. You can practice what you preach, or you will turn the other cheek. Father,